Commissioner Khumalo used to tell us his plans to go to the World Cup. Look where he is today. Right now, he would have been in Mexico to watch this football extravaganza. Unfortunately, once the period of the commission was extended, those plans were dashed. Commissioner Khumalo and everyone within the commission who has had to make personal sacrifices one way or the other to see to it that the work of the commission succeeds. Many thanks to you all. Back to the subject of this morning, I urge all South Africans to support our team. Bafana Bafana, pull all stops and make us proud. Thank you all. Good morning, Ms. Sigels Nube. Good morning, Chief Mashaba.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
And good morning, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, seated next to me is Mr. Pete Duplessis from BDK Attorneys.
Yes.
Chair, today we're scheduled to have Mr. Dumelongu appearing. BDK Attorneys have since brought a postponement application explaining the circumstances that don't permit or allow for Mr. Nku to be present today. The application was served and made present and available to the commissioners and the evidence leaders. We have considered the reasons there, and we found it to be prudent to allow parties to agree to a postponement, Chair, but obviously that will be subject to the endorsement of that arrangement. So as things stand, Chair, we would endorse that the appearance be postponed and he be ordered to appear next week, Thursday, being the 18th of June, 2026, Chairperson. And Mr. Duplessis is here to confirm that arrangement, Chair.
Thank you. Please place yourself on record, Mr. Duplessis.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Pete Duplessis from BDK Attorneys in Johannesburg. We represent Mr. Tumelo Nku in these proceedings. He was supposed to attend today for his evidence. Unfortunately, there was a family bereavement. It's all documented. And the evidence leaders kindly considered his request for a postponement. He will be available next week, and the date arranged, subject to your approval, is then the 18th of June, next Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Duplessis. We have read the application, and the view that we take is that it's very sparse on facts, but because we think we are going to have a full day anyway, and because of the agreement between the parties, we will grant the application. But I doubt that had circumstances been different, we would have granted it. So it's granted, and where is Mr. Nku? Oh, Mr. Nku is not here.
He's not here, Chair.
Oh, all right. Shall we assume then that the terms of the order will be conveyed to him, Mr. Duplessis?
I will do so, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The hearing of the evidence of Mr. Nku is postponed to Thursday, 18 June 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. May I then be excused?
Yes, you are, Mr. Duplessis.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yesterday I had asked Chief Mashaba if there was anything he wanted to say that was not contained in his statement. before we proceed with cross-examination. He indicated that he would like to say something. So, Chief.
Yes, Chief Mashaba.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I don't have my files with me.
The files are next to you, but they will just help you put it. Are you going to refer us to anything specific in the files?
No.
Okay.
I just forgot that. After the harassment of General Khan, I called PC, General Mawela, and PC said to me, he is chairing a meeting. I must talk to General Mtombeni. After I spoke to General Mtombeni through PC's phone, General Mtombeni said, hey, we are busy. Just talk to Brigadier Shibiri, and then maybe she will come and assist you guys there. That's what I forgot to add after after Khan. And then the second one is after Pakula's arrival that we cordoned off the scene. And then the third one, just to clear the alleged argument between Boysen's guys and us, myself and Warrant Officer Makhane. That's what I think I forgot yesterday. Thanks, Chair.
You have not substantiated the last point.
Or the arrival of Boysen's Sector Baki. We spoke to them. They said, guys, we are attending to a complaint that there's a hijack or you guys are bogus. Can you please identify yourselves? We identified ourselves, and then they were happy, and they spoke to their control room in our presence that there is no hijack, these guys are genuine and not bogus cops. So everything is in order, plus already the driver of the truck is going to be arrested. So the argument that is being said was that there was a misunderstanding between us and them, that where are we going to detain or where are we going to book the consignment. So we said, we think because we started in Alberton, this thing started in Alberton, we will go back to Alberton. They said, no, we can't go to Alberton. It is happening now. You opened it in our area, in Boysens. So we'll have to book them here in Boysens. Then we agreed. We said, no, no problem. In any way, there was no plan of going to Alberton. It was just that we thought because we started in Alberton, we will end up in Alberton. So it was just to clear that, because it was like we had a plan of going to Alberton or something like that. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you, Chief Mashaba.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, there's another aspect. The first one that you raised about PC Mawela, General Mawela, is that the provincial commander?
Commissioner.
Because the provincial commissioner is Ntombeni
Oh,
Before Mtombe.
at the time, okay. So what was, because you referred to Ntombeni as PC, what was he at the time?
2021, General Mawela was the PC.
And
General Mtombeni was the Major General, second in charge of
the province?
of Mawela. After Mawela went on retirement, General Mtombeni took over.
Okay.
He is now the PC.
And then you said you were advised to contact Brigadier Shabiri.
I was not advised.
Okay.
I'm saying I spoke to General Mawela. I called General Mawela. General Mawela he said, I'm chairing a meeting. He gave the phone to General Mtombe. General Mtombe said, what is the problem? I said, no, we're having a problem here. There's a general here, Barge Khan. He's harassing us. He said, what is the problem? I said, we were following on information of drugs, of a truck carrying drugs. Well, he said to me, okay, we are busy. Let me give you Shibiri, talk to Shibiri. On one phone, General Mawela's phone. Then I spoke to Shibiri. Shibiri said, okay, where are you guys? I said, Ayrton. Then they said, General Mtombeni said, Shibiri will come there and check what's happening and assist where possible.
And did you speak to Brigadier Shabiri?
I didn't see him. He didn't arrive.
Okay.
I didn't see him.
Thank you. So that's what you want to clarify or include as part of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Nobe, you asked, did you speak to Brigadier Shibiri? Do you mean at the scene or on the phone?
Both at the scene and on the phone, and you say he didn't come to the scene. Over the phone?
On the phone, General Mtombeni said Shibiri will come. Then he gave the phone to Shibiri. Then Shibiri asked me, where are you guys? I said, we are in Ayrton. He said, oh, okay, I'm coming. But I'm saying on the scene, I didn't see him. He didn't come.
Okay, thank you.
May I just, before we start, Chief Mashaba, are you able to tell us in full, as fully as possible, what your duties are? Happily, you still hold the same position you held then. So tell us what to the extent that there may have been changes, you may touch on that. Just tell us as fully as possible what your duties are or were.
As we speak, or the duty of me in my position, or a duty of a traffic officer? Chair.
I prefer to say your duties. If they entail also doing duties as a traffic officer, you can tell us that as well. But I just want to know what your duties as chief inspector were.
Well,
And to the extent that maybe you may forget, I'll even ask that you give us a document that sets them out.
Well, I don't know if
No, I know you don't. That may follow. That may follow today's hearing. That may come after today's hearing.
Oh, okay. Maybe let me start with because I think it is proper that maybe I clarify certain things,
Yes.
because there is, maybe it's a perception of or a confusion that a traffic officer cannot do law enforcement, or a traffic officer cannot.
Don't preempt that, and maybe when you are being probed further, you may then address the perceptions. But what I want you to do is to itemize as fully as possible everything that fell within the purview of your functions and indeed even your powers as at July 2021. Yes. Please, as fully as possible. And if that includes your involvement in what you just mentioned now, in the context of what you say are misperceptions, you may add that in the itemization. Do you follow me?
I get you, Commissioner.
Please then, let's have the itemization.
Okay, let me say in 2021, the acting DD that I was in charge of, I was second in charge of the district, Sidibeng, heading 4 offices. That is Ratanda, that is Heidelberg Weybridge, that is Heidelberg region, and Vereeniging region. Meaning the four were reporting to me. I would go and inspect the offices. I will go and attend meetings in the district with the police, district office in Vereeniging, and come back and brief the heads of the offices, that is Vereeniging, Heidelberg Weybridge. And well, Ratanda is just a satellite small station because it's small. So my duty, is to monitor the performance of the offices, the 3 offices, to attend to complaints of the members, to hold meetings with the offices and address challenges thereof.
If that is the fullness of the description of your position at the time, it sounds more like a managerial position. Is that a correct description?
I can say DD is brigadier level in the police.
Yes.
Yes. So it's managerial.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you please zoom in on the misperceptions you alluded to, or misperception singular that you alluded to,
Well,
regarding law enforcement, as you said?
following the events in the commission, I could hear there is a separation in SAPS and traffic. So I think it is maybe proper that I put to the commission that there is no difference in being a traffic officer and being a policeman, because we work under one boss, that is the state, but given different duties.
I think what's crucial is exactly the difference in duties. Tell us those differences.
I'm still,
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you then,
Okay.
Chief Marshal.
we are given a traffic officer. Let me say a traffic officer is a policeman specializing in roads. That is our key responsibility. Roads, I mean accidents, road safety, and everything that comes with roads. And what gives us the authority and power, it's the act now as law enforcement officials and peace officers that we also have a mandate to fight crime. So I think that's what gives us the power and the authority to, from time to time, work with the police in fighting crime.
Is this a blanket power, or is it restricted in any way? Can you do any and everything that members of SAPS are empowered to do?
Yes, I can do.
Any and every, with no restriction whatsoever.
Yes, I can do, Chair, except investigating a docket. That and I don't have the power over. But other than that, as a law enforcement official, it does not mean when I see, for an example, a crime in progress, let's say rape, I can turn a blind eye. And I cannot turn a blind eye. And I cannot just turn a blind eye because I don't work with rapes. It's not my line of duty, but it's crime in progress. I cannot just turn a blind eye. But when I'm with the police, jointly working, the protocol dictates that the police will take the lead. I will be playing the supporting role.
You referred to, I hope I'm not interrupting you.
No.
All right. You referred to an act that sets out your duties. What act are you referring to?
I wanted to be very careful because I'm talking to law gurus here. I cannot preach gospel to the bishop. We are empowered by Criminal Procedure Act 334, Act 51 of 1977. It gives us the power now as the peace officers to can fight crime.
Any other act?
Well, other acts are following it. I'm talking now the powers to fight or to prevent crime prevention. That's where we fall in. Other acts will be more on traffic.
So basically, on your point, that there's a misperception that you cannot fight crime. Your reliance is on the Criminal Procedure Act,
Yes, Chair.
nothing else. Because you then say there are other acts that relate to traffic matters. So that's not general, and that's not addressing what you refer to as a misperception. So
No.
it's just the Criminal Procedure Act, and for the rest, it's
Traffic.
traffic acts relating to traffic
Yes.
traffic matters.
The one that gives me power and authority is this criminal procedure. That's the one.
Is the Criminal Procedure Act not more process related rather than, how should I put it? For example, I know that around the sections around the 20s, there are powers with regard to arrest and things like those. Is that the sort of powers you are talking about, or what other powers in the Criminal Procedure Act are you talking about?
Yes, that's the powers I'm talking about.
Okay. Now, what I want to get an idea of is, would you, for example, of your own accord, go around investigating crimes, not arresting now, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, and not about traffic matters? So would you go around, for example, of your own accord, investigating matters like murder, robbery, of your own accord?
No.
No.
Hence I'm saying,
What restricts you? What circumscribes your powers?
hence I'm saying maybe when I said dockets, investigating dockets, that's what I.
Let's say there's no docket at this stage, but you want to find out if a murder has been committed. You want to find out if an armed robbery has been committed. There is no docket. A docket will only come into existence once indeed it has been found that a crime appears to have been committed, and then a docket is open. So I'm asking you about pre all of that. Would you, of your own accord, just leave your house and say, I'm going to investigate if a murder was committed, if an armed robbery was committed? Would you do that?
Specifically, not that I can, out of my own way, go investigate a murder, but if it is brought to
Or an armed robbery.
I can hear you, Chair.
I'm saying, or an armed robbery.
Or an armed robbery.
Yeah, you would not do that, you say.
I would not do that. I will I will report to SAPS.
Okay. Before you move on, thank you about the point about reporting to SAPS. And before you move on to the unless, because you heard unless, what circumscribes your powers? What is it that stops you from investigating the armed robbery or the murder?
Remember, Chair, I said in the beginning, I am a policeman specializing
Yes, okay.
in traffic-related matters.
So what circumscribes your powers is the very fact that you are a traffic officer, and therefore in terms of the legal prescripts that you said relate to traffic officers, you are expected to work within that lane. the lane created by those prescripts. So that's what circumscribes your powers, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now you had unless you were saying you would not of your own accord just investigate a murder or an armed robbery unless. What did you want to say? Do you still remember?
I think I was cancelling the unless.
You are cancelling unless.
I cancelled the unless.
So you are saying what you would rather do if you believe that a murder or armed robbery has been committed, you would report to SAPS.
If it is brought to my attention or
Yes.
knowledge,
Yes.
yes, I must do something as a law enforcement official. Step number one, I'll have to report, make
SAPS.
the relevant authority aware.
All right, all right. Thank you, thank you very much,
Thank you, Chair.
Chief Mashaba. Ms. Seegers
Thank you,
Mumbai.
thank you.
Can I just understand the limitations of when you can intervene? Is it has to be a crime that is happening on the road? Is there such a limitation?
Not necessarily on the road. Well, on the road, I don't need any permission from SAPS on the road because that's where my crime scenes are
Yes.
as a traffic officer.
Okay.
But on other on other crimes committed, I'll have to seek assistance that SAPS, I've got this information. Not that out of my will, I can just go and do it. No. I need to report it to SAPS and seek for assistance. Once SAPS joins, or I make sense to them, is then that jointly we will go and do that.
All right. Thank you.
And Chief, the area of your jurisdiction, so I'm not going to canvass what Chair canvassed with you about your duties and responsibilities, but when you're performing those duties, you have a specific area of jurisdiction that you must perform those duties in. You can't go beyond that, or can you?
Do I have a jurisdiction?
Yes, the areas you mentioned earlier, Sidibeng, Heidelberg, Weybridge. Can you go beyond your district?
Yes, my jurisdiction is Gauteng.
The whole of Gauteng?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the significance then of you being the deputy director for the Sidibeng area? What does that mean?
That was where I was based.
So it's,
I am based in Sidibeng district, but nothing limits me in the province to go and work. I cover all the metros and all the local traffic. All the local all the local authorities within the province.
but insofar as your role is concerned as the inspector or as the acting deputy director, as the director, the acting deputy director, is that what you're saying?
No. As, like for instance now, like I said yesterday, I'm no longer an acting. Remember, when you act, it's not a permanent post.
Yes, but we're talking about in 2021, because you were the acting deputy director.
Still,
Yes.
nothing stops me. Hence, I'm saying to you, my jurisdiction is Gauteng. I'm not like your JMPD that works within their boundary. I'm not like Tshwane. I'm not like a Kuruleni. I'm not like Mfuleni. I cover all the metros and the local municipalities. That's my jurisdiction.
I just
ask a
wanna-
question on that point. Sorry to interrupt you. Chief, let's say it was 2021 and you were occupying the position you were occupying in July 2021. Are you saying because your jurisdiction covered the entire Gauteng? Let's assume this commission was sitting in July 2021, and you hear that a stolen vehicle was in the commission's premises. Would you then have the power to come and raid the commission's premises? Because according to you, you conduct law enforcement and your jurisdiction is the whole of Gauteng. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by anywhere in Gauteng you can conduct law enforcement.
To come and raid as in inside the premise,
Yes,
inside
to come
the
in
yard.
and search and seize and look for the stolen car.
No. I would invite subs.
You would invite subs.
I would invite subs.
Because you yourself would not have the power to come and search and seize goods in the commission's premises.
Not necessarily that I cannot. But I'm saying, well, to limit a lot of issues, a lot of questions, it's simply, it's quite simple to just invite subs because they're the ones that quickly can apply for search warrants and stuff like that.
And you would choose any subs officer of your choosing. You would take any subs junior officer to tag along.
Depending on the information that I get, I don't just choose. I will, remember subs, they also have their area of operation, like, let me say for instance, Muroka Police Station. If I get an information that there is something in Diepkloof hostel, I can't just call somebody in Morocco because he is a policeman. I need to relate that to a Diepkloof member because that is his area of operation.
No, Chief, please go to your statement at paragraph 1. The last sentence in paragraph 1. You say, and let me know when you're there. Page 1, paragraph 1. Do you have it?
In 2018,
No, in 2013 I was promoted to a chief provincial inspector post. Do you have it?
yes.
Okay. Promoted to a chief provincial inspector post at a premier's office. That I can understand to be provincial. You then say you were politically removed, and the following day the matter was not placed on the roll. I was then suspended, and my reinstatement, I was transferred to Vereniging Regional Office as the head of the Service Point region. So that is a region. Then you say in 2020, paragraph 3, I was appointed as an acting deputy director, Sidibeng District, Southern Corridor. That's very specific. You're not in a provincial role then.
I'm not?
You're not in a provincial role in 2020
I'm
when you are
occupying-
appointed acting deputy director, Sidibeng District.
I'm occupying that position in the provincial office,
Where,
in the district of Sidibe.
Yes, but in the district of Sidibeng. So there would be other acting deputy directors for other districts within Gauteng.
Yes.
Yes. So you are only the acting deputy director for the Sidibeng district. You are not for any other district. Do you accept that?
I am placed in Sidibe. I don't know where is this taking us? Is it a question? Or
Yes, it is a question.
what's the question?
Do you accept that you were the acting deputy director of the Sidibeng district? Yes?
Yes.
And that the district is not the province? A district, the Sidibeng
Yes, it's
district
not a
is not
province.
Gauteng province?
It's the municipality.
Yes. And that is the role that you were in 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Now, in that role, in the district, what were your responsibilities and your duties? What were you doing on a day-to-day basis when you weren't chasing down drugs with Mr. Nku? What were you doing?
Specifically, what
Yes.
was I doing with Mr. Nku?
No, when you were not chasing drugs with Mr. Nku, what were your daily responsibilities as the Deputy Director for the Sidibeng District?
But I think I've answered that because I said I would visit the 3 offices
Yes.
and Ratanda, that is a satellite station.
Okay.
The 4 offices where I was in charge of. But that does not take the fact that I am still occupying the position in the province. So my role was to address complaints, address challenges, be it resources, be it conflicts among the members, be it non-performance from managers. Those were my responsibilities then.
Yes, that was your day-to-day responsibilities as the Deputy Director. Now, you then go beyond that and you tell us about the province. But you say that because you want to explain why you went beyond the Sidibeng District on the 9th of July, 2021. Isn't that so?
I don't want to just say yes, yes.
No, you don't. I'm not
don't-
expecting you to say yes, yes. Please give me your honest answer.
What is your question now? Sorry about that.
When you are telling us about the province, that you had responsibilities within the province, when you do that, are you reporting to, for example, the Deputy Director for that district that you are going to? Because you are only for the Sidibeng District.
I report to the director,
And who is the director?
Pompi then.
Yes. And on that day, you didn't report to Pompi.
On the day of,
The 9th of July, 2021.
no, I did not report.
Yes.
Remember, yesterday I said, I want to emphasize that the information is a sensitive information. I need to be careful because it involves senior law enforcement officials.
Yes, this is the information that you got from Mr. Nku,
Yes, Chair.
a civilian,
Yes.
who's telling you not to report to your boss.
No, he's not telling me not to report. He's saying, be careful who you involve because it involves senior law enforcement officials. And remember, I hear you want to push me to why didn't I report?
I'm not.
Sorry, Chief Mashaba, please try not to, just answer the questions that are asked. You may, in your mind, try to anticipate whatever you think the evidence leader wants to take you to. But you don't need to openly tell us what you think the evidence leader is trying to achieve. And sometimes witnesses actually give terrible responses because they are trying to anticipate what they think is sought to be achieved, and sometimes they go totally wrong.
Okay,
So
thanks, Chair.
just try as much as possible to answer the questions that are being asked.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Please repeat it.
You didn't report to your director because you said you were told by Mr. Nku that you must be careful as to who you inform of this operation because there are senior law enforcement officials involved.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So you considered reporting to Director Pompey as being an issue, it will compromise this operation,
Correct.
based on the information of a civilian.
Correct.
And you must obviously have a good relationship with that civilian in order for you not to involve your boss in an operation where he's telling you that there are drugs involved.
I also have a good relationship with my boss also. Correct.
So why not inform your boss?
I am not taking this information light because it talks about sensitive issues there.
Can I just ask, did Mr. Nku mention your superior, as Mr. Pompi, I think it is, as one of the people that you should not mention this to?
Mr. Nku does not know Mr. Pompey.
Yes. So how did you determine that one of the people that you shouldn't be telling this is your immediate supervisor?
It's because my boss, it's one of the senior law enforcement official.
And when he says senior law enforcement officials, did he say SAPS, RTMC, Gauteng province? Surely he must have given you specific. Did he say crime intelligence? Did he say DPCI?
No, when he says to me, senior law enforcement officials, to me, I think I understand what he means.
What does that mean? I don't understand what it means, and maybe because of your experience, you can assist us to make sense of this conversation between you and Mr. Nku. When he says senior law enforcement officers, what do you understand him to say?
Chair and commissioners, it's not for the first time that such informations come where, especially at my level, where I don't just, in actual fact, myself and Director Pompey, I don't report like I'm a junior. I sometimes go and work and give report afterwards. So when he says to me, be careful who you involve, I know running a risk of reporting such informations to the bosses. Sometimes you get to not become successful because the boss might have an interest in whatever information you got.
I still don't know what it means or what you understood him to mean or to include or exclude in that senior officials. Are you, and really maybe to be more specific, try to be more specific in my question is, you are Gauteng traffic. There's SAPS. We know you have spoken, you eventually do call Provincial Commissioner Mawela when now you're at the scene and there are problems now. So there's SAPS, there's JMPD, there's your traffic, and I've also included DPCI, I've included crime intelligence, and I think that's not the fullness of it. There are many others. And I'm trying to understand that when Mr. Nku, who you say you have a relationship with him, when he says, so you do have specifics, at least in your mind, about when he says senior officials, do not alert senior officials about this. You have an idea in your mind, is he talking about your traffic people? Is he talking about SAPS? Is he talking about DPCI? is he talking about crime intelligence and whatever other law enforcement? So I'm trying to understand how you determined who not to inform, because there are hundreds of senior law enforcement officers.
I think, Chair, what Nku was trying to say, I understood it because he is not a law enforcement officer. I knew that he means it can be subs, it can be us, it can be metros, and others. When he said, that is why specifically he did not say, do not, be careful not to involve, let's say, be careful not to involve Samuel Mashaba. He said, do not involve senior law enforcement official. He didn't specifically say subs. So I think I understood him when he said, be careful.
Thank you.
Can I ask you why you did not involve junior law enforcement officials, especially those that work within the Citibank region and reported to you, and those that are whose activities on a daily basis are operational in nature? Because you were more management at this stage. Why did you not involve any of those who report to you and are operational officers?
To be honest, commissioners, nothing stopped me from doing that, or nothing stopped me from taking the operation or taking responsibility of the operation. But looking at or listening to him tell me the info, it is relevant that I take it direct to where it belongs, that is subs.
And did you record any of this in any document? Is there any book that you use on a daily basis to record this sort of information?
Yes, we do. Hence I'm saying, at my level, I go and work and come back and report, give report to my boss.
No, but your own, not what you report to your boss. Is there a book or a diary that you keep and in which the day before and on the day of the 9th of July, you recorded information that was given to you? Remember, you're not telling senior officers, you're not telling bosses, but you're keeping a record of your activities and what you are busy with.
Yes, I've got my diary.
So there is such a diary.
There was.
Where is it?
My car, when I was locked up that day, I had a lot of things in my car. It was taken to 13 in Araten, 13 pounds. And a lot of my stuff was stolen in 13. So one of the, the diary was also in there, my jackets, my uniforms, a lot of things. So now I don't have that record with me because it was stolen, it was taken in that day.
All right. Can we leave it here then? As far as I'm talking only about Gauteng Traffic Police, as far as that part of law enforcement is concerned, for the purposes of this operation, you preferred that only you be involved in this operation and nobody else from Gauteng Traffic Police?
Yes, because the information came to me, Chair.
And I accept that it came to you. I'm saying for the purposes of this operation, you preferred that only you from Gauteng Traffic must be involved.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, this allegation that you make now, this version that Mr. Nku told you to be careful who you involve because there are high-ranking officials involved. The first time you mentioned that was yesterday, correct? When you were reading your statement, it wasn't in your statement.
It wasn't in my statement.
And it wasn't in any other statements that you had prepared as part of the criminal investigation.
If my memory serves me well, on the warning statement, if it serves me well, I wrote a lot of statements.
Okay.
I think it is in my warning statement, if it serves me well.
Okay. I want to read to you what Mr. Nku says about that. Commissioners, it's in Mr. Nku's statement on page 2. I'm not sure if you now have that file because he's not giving evidence today, but the statement had been made available. But I'll read it into the record. At paragraph 2.3, he says, communication of information. I informed Chief Mashaba of the information on or about 8 July 2021 around 7:30 p.m. after I became satisfied that the information was sufficiently specific to warrant operational follow-up. As the yellow jersey truck, which was carrying the container in question, had been traveling in record time towards Johannesburg. In relation to Chief Mashaba, it was a last-minute request, as the high-ranking official who was supposed to have assembled the team to run the operation was not available at that point. So it seems to me that he actually was going to involve a high-ranking official, and you were his second choice. And yet you say he told you to be aware of high-ranking officials getting involved in this operation.
Well, I don't know who else did he tried to involve and didn't get.
Yes.
And he didn't even make me aware.
But
The point that is being made is that Mr. Nku himself, in his statement, was prepared to deal with a high-ranking official. He was prepared to share this information with a high-ranking official, and yet you say, he said to you, do not, be careful, do not involve high-ranking officials. So what is being pointed out to you is the contradiction between what you say he said to you and what he says in his statement, that he was prepared to involve a high-ranking official. And you're being asked to comment on that contradiction.
If I may ask, contradiction how? Contradiction in a sense that he first started with a senior before coming to me.
No, contradiction as in he was prepared to involve a high-ranking official to run the operation. That's what he says in his statement. He looked for a high-ranking official that would assemble a team to run that operation. He didn't find that high-ranking official, right? And then he came to you. But what is being put to you is, on his statement, he was prepared to share this information and to involve a high-ranking official, and yet you tell us that he warned you not to involve a high-ranking official. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. So what is being put to you is that what you say he warned you not to do, he was prepared to do himself, to involve a high-ranking official. And so he contradicts in his statement what you say he told you and is your reason for not involving or not informing your superior.
To me, it doesn't sound like a contradiction.
okay, did he tell you who the high-ranking official was that he initially wanted to get involved?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And so he says to you, don't be careful who you share the information with because there would be high-ranking officials involved. You take that to, you decide you're not going to tell anyone about this. You're going to deal with it on your own.
I didn't take it light, yes.
Sorry, you didn't?
I didn't take it light.
What does
Yes.
that mean? I didn't take it light. Didn't take what light? His caution or what?
Yes, his
Okay.
caution.
Okay. So Did he give you information as to what drugs they were, the quantity? Did he give you any of that intel?
Well, he didn't tell me exactly how big the consignment is. He did not. He just said to me, there is this in this truck.
And he gave you the details of the truck?
Yes, in the morning, Friday.
The Friday. So you knew the Thursday of a possible drug trafficking the night before.
Correct.
Okay. And in your mind, what action do you then take? Because now it's an operation which you've decided that you're going to deal with.
I said to him, please make sure it is possible. It is positive. You make sure it is correct. The information is correct before I can activate.
Activate what?
Manpower.
Okay, what manpower were you going to activate?
He's talking about the information of the truck carrying drugs. Obviously, Mashaba alone cannot do that. I will need assistance from other people. That's the manpower that I mean.
Okay. This plan you only come up with after he confirms to you that there is, in fact, the truck does have drugs and it's on its way.
It's not a plan.
No. You said you're going to activate manpower. That must be a plan. You're not just going to activate manpower without a plan.
Yes.
Yes. So that plan, which included activating manpower, you only come up with the morning of the 9th, not
Yes,
the night before.
After he confirms that now the truck is here, come and join me.
Okay, the truck is where now? In Johannesburg?
Yellow Jersey truck stop.
So when he called you the Friday, the truck is already at the Yellow Jersey truck stop?
Yes.
Okay. And when he called you the night before, did he tell you where the truck was then?
No, he didn't tell me.
Okay. And what information did he give you for you to be sure that there was in fact drugs there? Did he tell you? He must have given you some information. It can't just be there's a truck with drugs, because you say to him the night before, make sure. So what additional information did he give you the next morning that gave you the assurance that he made sure that the drugs are in there?
No other additional information. He said to me, there is this truck coming from Durban. It is carrying drugs. Can you assist? I said, provided you make sure you're telling the truth, I don't think that will be a problem. I will then make necessary arrangements.
Okay, no, you say to him, make sure that he's positive. In your statement, you say, I then asked Mr. Nku to first confirm if the information was positive before I could act on it, which means that he would have had to do something in order to give you that confirmation that the information was positive. Because the night before, you're not certain, you say to him, make sure. The next morning when he calls you, what does he say to you that gives you the assurance that this is not just a wild goose chase?
The truck I was talking about yesterday is here.
Yes, but that doesn't tell you anything. It's just telling you the truck is here. How does he know that there are drugs in there? What is he basing his suspicion on, and what is he telling you about that?
I don't know. Remember, I am only acting on the information he gives. And to me, if he says, what we're looking for is here, come. To me, it means it is positive. So I need to come and assist.
But Chief Mashaba, you said that he must establish if the information is positive. All that you are telling us now is that he said the truck is here. That says nothing about, or let me go one step back. This was not about the truck, or rather, not only about the truck arriving in Johannesburg. Your concern about whether this was positive concerned the contents of the truck. Am I wrong? It was not just about the presence of the truck, it was about the contents of the truck, correct?
You're correct,
Yes.
Chair.
Now, your focus seems to be about the presence of the truck in Johannesburg because all you say is that he said the truck is now here. That says nothing about the contents of the truck. And that alone could not have satisfied you on what you wanted to be sure of. Is this positive? Make sure that this is positive.
Remember, Chair, he is the one bringing information to me. When I say to him, please, I don't want to leave what I'm doing to come and do things that are not there.
Exactly.
Make sure.
Yes.
So if he says to me, here is the truck, it means he would have made sure. That's why he's even calling again.
I don't understand that. The presence of the truck in Johannesburg says nothing about what you were insistent about. Make sure I don't want to leave things that I'm doing here for nothing. So we have not gone past that line. For all you knew, things could well have been exactly the same as the previous day. The truck is here. That says nothing about whether what you wanted to know had in fact been established. You don't know that. The presence of the truck in Johannesburg says nothing about that. That's what Mr. Sigars Ngube wants to establish.
Says nothing about
what you wanted to know about, which is the info. Make sure that the information is positive. I do not want to leave things that I am doing to come there for nothing. So make sure that the information is is positive. All you get told is that the truck is here. That basically means nothing for your purposes, which is to know that the information is positive. Do you understand me?
No, I hear you.
Yes.
I'm saying he's the one.
Or to ask the question differently, what makes the information positive just because the truck is now present in Johannesburg? What makes the information positive?
For him to confirm that the truck I was telling you about from Durban, it is now has touched down in Joburg. That means the information is got about this truck.
No, I don't see the logic in that. I don't see how you skip to that means. Not merely by saying the truck is now in Johannesburg. There's a leap in your logic there. There's a quantum leap, in fact, in your logic. That means cannot come from the truck is now in Johannesburg. It simply cannot.
Well, unless, Chair, the answer that I'm trying to give, or the answer that I'm giving, is that if you receive an information as a cop, as a law enforcement official, I know how to verify without you telling me the details of that information. If you say to me, I am following on information from Durban to Joburg, please be on standby. Once you say to me, the information I was telling you about has now arrived, it means, because it's your information, you know what you're talking about. It means it is positive. So The question, the answer I'm giving, I think it's, to me, that's how I understood it, and that's how I acted.
You see, being prepared to act on a statement that merely says the truck is now in Johannesburg would make sense only if you already knew, you yourself already knew that this truck contained whatever it is that you were interested in. Otherwise, there's simply no logic in saying, I was told that the truck was now in Johannesburg. That meant that the information I wanted had been established. There's simply no logic in that. You would only be satisfied by a statement that says the truck is now in Johannesburg if you knew what the contents of the truck were. That's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, what you say,
No,
Chief
Chair, I don't-
Chief Mashaba, does not make
No,
sense.
Chair, I don't agree.
Make it logical then, because that's why it's simply not logical, and the example that you give does not assist, and I'm not prepared to be dragged into that example. I'm talking about specific facts here. You say, I'm not going to leave what I'm doing here for information that may well not be established or may well not be truthful. And all you get is that the truck is here. And that satisfies you that the information you wanted established has in fact been established. That does not make sense. It's as simple as all that. So if you say you were satisfied, make it logical, make it make sense. Otherwise, that's why it simply does not make sense.
I was satisfied, Chair.
I want to know why. That's what I'm engaging you on. I want to know why, or how could you have been satisfied?
Yes, I was satisfied because at the back of my mind, the information I got is the truck will be carrying drugs from Durban. Obviously, when you say the truck I was telling you about yesterday, it's already here. Obviously, I know I'm coming for the truck that you told me about yesterday, that are carrying drugs, and the truck is here. That is why I acted.
Ms. Sigels Ncube?
Chief Mashaba, you just said now that the information you were given was that that truck will be carrying drugs. So Mr. Nku knew it as a fact that there were drugs in there.
That's his information, yes, he knew.
But in your statement, you say, which was allegedly suspected to have drugs in its cargo. So it was an allegation. And earlier on, you also dealt with it on the basis of a suspicion that there would be drugs. Now you're saying he told you as a fact that that truck will be carrying drugs. So Mr. Nku knew for a fact that there were drugs in that truck.
Mr. Nku knew because he's the one who's got details of that truck.
Okay, so did he tell you that the Thursday night that there will be drugs in the truck?
The truck is carrying drugs.
Definitively.
Yes, I knew the Thursday.
Okay. So we can forget about your statement where you say that it was allegedly suspected. Your information was that there are drugs in that truck.
To me, it's an allegation. It's not a confirmation. To me, I'll treat it as an allegation. Hence, I said, please make sure it's positive.
But it brings us back to what the chair is saying. So if Thursday night you're not satisfied with what he's given you because you don't activate your plan Thursday night, what is it that he tells you Friday morning that makes you activate your plan to get somebody involved, to take you away from your regular duties so that you can go and chase these drugs with him? What does he say to you? Did he give you pictures of it, of the drugs?
No, he didn't.
Okay, what did he say?
I don't know. Maybe you want me to tell you what you want to hear. I'm saying To me, it's enough when he says the truck is here.
Okay. No verification done by on your side.
No?
No verification of the information from a civilian done from your side as a law enforcement officer.
The verification would be, I need to come. And okay, with the truck, I need to come and open. That is the only verification. Other than that, I treat it as an allegation.
Okay. Did it at any point occur to you that you're getting information from a civilian and perhaps you should involve crime intelligence to verify the information that he had given you?
Crime intelligence, this thing, already it's Thursday. On Friday, it was in progress already. I don't think I had that luxury of time.
No, you did. Because you knew Thursday night that there are drugs in the vehicle. You went to bed, you slept, you woke up the next morning, you were given no new information, and then you still ask him to come back to you, and then you activate your team. You had at least 8 hours. At least. So you did have the luxury of time.
I did not have.
Okay. If you didn't have the luxury of time, what were you doing between the evening when he told you about it, the next morning when you activated your plan?
I slept and waited for his call the next morning.
Is that not a luxury of time?
I slept,
Yes.
waited for his call.
And maybe if you had activated crime intelligence that night, they could have taken over and they could have confirmed the information.
No.
And is it
How?
not? Okay.
No, how do I activate something that I still am waiting for its confirmation? I cannot invite anybody until I am satisfied about it. And then on Friday, it is now in progress. So will I have time to involve or to invite crime intelligence?
Yes, you would have. And that truck was coming from Durban.
Please, okay, sorry. Please, let's talk a practical thing here. Let's not talk theory.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, I did not have time, and there was no time, because how do I have time where this thing is in progress?
Yes, you do. Aren't you in charge of the roads? Aren't you in charge of the Heidelberg Way Bridge? Mustn't that vehicle pass the Heidelberg Way Bridge from Durban to Johannesburg?
If it would have passed the way bridge, I would have known, because it was going to be overload, it was not going to pass.
Yes, but you know that it must pass there, or it took another route, because you're being given information, tracking information, because how does Mr. Nku know that the vehicle is now in Johannesburg? It must be that when he spoke to you the Thursday night, the vehicle was not yet in Johannesburg. Correct?
It was not yet, yes.
Yes, so it would have passed your district on its way to Johannesburg, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and it would have, if it took the correct route, which I'm assuming it would have, because Scania is not going to put its vehicles on a back road, so it would have taken the official road, which has a way bridge, which you are in charge of, correct?
Yes, remember, I am not carrying that duty, either to follow or to make sure where is it passing.
No,
I am-
No, Chief, that is not correct. You told us how you are in charge of the Heidelberg Way Bridge to inspect those officers. That vehicle must pass the Heidelberg Way Bridge. If Mr. Nku had given you the details of this truck and told you where this truck was going to, presumably he gave you the license plate details of this truck, because how would you know which truck to find when you get to the logistics company? So you knew the drivers, you knew the license plate of that vehicle. You were in charge of the Heidelberg Way Bridge. So you could have asked your members to stop that vehicle at the Way Bridge. You could have, and then you could have inspected it at the Way Bridge. And if it was overweight, that would have given you more suspicion, and you would have had the manpower within your district officially conducting the operation. But you missed that opportunity intentionally so that it can go to Johannesburg, which is out of your district. Why would you do that?
We're gonna take the whole day because
I have all the time. Let's take the whole day. I want to know if the truck is coming from Durban to Johannesburg and has to pass the Heidelberg weighbridge. Why do you not activate your official team and tell them, if you see a truck coming to that weighbridge, because it's a truck and buses must, I know this because I used to be a hostess on the bus, those trucks must stop on the weighbridge. Or they can pass if authorization is given from somebody for them to pass, which happens, and you could have done that.
how do I activate on something, the details I got on Friday?
No, you
How
got
do
it
I-
on Thursday, the 8th.
Information, I got the information on Thursday. The
Yes.
details of the truck, I got it on Friday morning.
Okay, so you got the details now on Friday morning.
Not now, I've been saying that.
Okay. So you get given the details of so that's the new information you are given on Friday that we've been asking you all along.
You see now, I'm saying, and I've been saying it, where did I say I got the details of the truck on Thursday? Where is it?
We asked you what new information were you given that made you activate your team on Friday. You said, he didn't tell me anything new. He didn't. He just told me the truck has arrived. Do you recall that evidence? Do you recall the evidence?
I said, the information came on Thursday. The details of the truck was given to me Friday morning. Hence, when you said to me, why didn't you activate crime intelligence? I said, this thing is in progress. How do I have a luxury of time to inform other people? Whereas crime has been committed now, it's moving now. So, same with and there's a lot of trucks that comes from Devon that doesn't pass through our way bridge, especially trucks that are carrying wrong things. They don't. So, I didn't have the details of the truck, and I did not say I had the details of the truck on Thursday. I said I got the information on Thursday. That's what I remember saying.
Let me take you back, Chief Mashaba, to something you said when I was engaging you right at the beginning. You said that when a crime outside of traffic matters, in fact, I specifically referred to murder as examples, of course, and armed robbery. You said you would report that to SAPS. At what level of SAPS would you report this?
At what level, Chair?
Yes, within SAPS. Who would you report to within SAPS?
It will depend what kind of information. If
Let's say the examples I gave, murder and armed robbery, where would you report that?
well, if that information I get that, let's say for instance, the murder is committed by Madlanga.
Please don't use me. Don't use me as your example.
Okay, sorry, sir. If the murder is committed by Musigit,
Please don't.
I will
How can
I will just say by Mr. X or something like that.
Oh, well, if the is committed by Mashab, I cannot report that to Mashab. For obvious reasons.
You see, I'm not sure how to engage with that because now I don't know whether I should take Chief Mashaba as being Chief Mashaba within the provincial traffic department. That's my difficulty because my question relates to you reporting to SAPS, if you see what I mean. So now I don't know where to place you. Do I place you within SAPS? Do I leave you within the provincial traffic department? So
I think
please make your example relate to reporting to SAPS.
I think, Chair, what, in all honesty,
Yes.
what makes us sit here is the issue that I involved SAPS. Hence, we're talking SAPS
Can
now.
you please answer my question directly? I want to know, in accordance with the requirement that provincial traffic officers must report crimes that do not fall within their purview of functions to SAPS. So I want to know, in terms of the applicable prescripts, who you would have to report the examples that I gave, murder or armed robbery. Who within SAPS would you have to report to? I'm asking for a direct answer, please.
I'll report to a police station. That's where that murder has occurred. Let's say if it happened in Alberton, I'll report to Alberton.
And now let's come closer home. And in respect of a suspected crime relating to narcotics, where would you report that? Something like that. Let's leave out the situation where, for whatever.
I'll start.
Yes.
I'll
Where would
start-
you report something like that?
I'll start with each jurisdiction of that narcotics. Where is it?
Okay. Now, again coming even closer home. Now here we know that we had narcotics that were alleged to be transported from Durban to Gauteng. Where would that's a moving jurisdiction, as it were? So where would you report something like that?
Alberton.
Within SAPS,
Alberton.
Alberton.
Because it is in Yellow Jersey. Yellow Jersey is policed by Alberton.
Also, you would look where the truck would ultimately land or end up.
Yes, Chair.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sigels.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if this would be a convenient time to take the tea adjournment.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
switch off your cell phones? Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you,
Seegers
Chair.
Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out if Commissioner Kumalo had handed up. Are you going to deal with it or? Okay. Chief, can I just go back to what we were discussing just before the adjournment about the information that you had on the Thursday night? Had you asked Mr. Nku about the details of the truck? Well, you didn't ask him about the details of the truck on Thursday. He just told you about a truck with drugs.
I didn't, yes.
You could have asked him that evening, Thursday evening, the details of the truck.
I could have.
Yes, you could have asked him for the details of the truck to get more information from him. Correct? You could have.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't say to you, I don't have any details about the truck as yet. That's all I have. The only details I have is that there's a truck coming from Durban to Johannesburg with drugs in it. That's all. He didn't say to you that's the only information he had.
No, he didn't.
Okay. So if you had gotten the information which you say you didn't have, the details of the truck, the license plate, if you had elicited that information from him the Thursday night, you could have activated the team at the Heidelberg Way Bridge to be on the lookout for that truck, correct?
If I would have, sorry?
If you had asked him for the license plate and details of the truck on the Thursday, you could have asked your team at the Heidelberg Way Bridge to look out for the truck, correct?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, it depends, because hence I'm saying I am treating it, it's a sensitive information. I won't just say, look out for the truck, as if I'm interested in or doing business with such things.
No.
Hence I'm saying it depends.
No, it's not sensitive information to say to your team, to say to the people at the Heidelberg Way Bridge, there's a truck with license plate XYZ, please be on the lookout, and when this truck comes by the Way Bridge, pull it over and make it wait. There's nothing wrong in saying that. You could have done that.
No, you don't just say that. If I'm saying look out, be on the lookout for this truck, what is it doing? How about this truck? Look out for?
Yes, but you have a suspicion and you don't want to share that information with anyone else at the moment, right? That is your version.
And I'm saying it depends. I was not going to do it.
I know you were not going to do it. You didn't do it. I'm asking you whether you could have done it.
No.
You couldn't have.
No.
So as the acting deputy director of the Sidibeng district and the chief provincial inspector, who you indicated you were responsible for doing inspections at the Heidelberg Way Bridge, you couldn't have simply said to them at the Way Bridge, there's a vehicle that's going to come past here. If it does, pull it over, call me, and I'll come out. Why couldn't you do that?
Remember the information I got. It doesn't fall under our mandate. So if I would have said that to them, I am saying that to them to do what? To call me, and then I was not going to do it because I know it's going to give us a difficulty in dealing with it. It still needed subs.
Now, Bearing in mind that you said as you would have to report something like this to SAPS, did you report?
Yes, I reported.
To whom?
I did not report. I requested manpower in the morning.
My understanding is that asking for manpower to then engage in an operation like you did is not the same as reporting to SAPS. So your answer is you did not report.
I did not report.
And this is something that you ought to have reported, not so?
You reported to who, Chair?
To SAPS? I think
When,
you've
on
alre-
Thursday or Friday?
doesn't matter, but before engaging in an operation, did you not have to report? This is about, I asked you earlier that whether you would have to report something that involves narcotics, and I think your answer was yes, you must report something like that.
On this one, Chair, I was cautioned on this one. Hence, I did not report directly to SAPS.
So you do not comply with prescripts based on something that a civilian tells you. So you basically bow to the wishes of a civilian and you do not act in the manner you are required to. You've said you had to report something like this to SAPS, and you say that you did not report, and you say you did not report because you were cautioned by Mr. Nku, a civilian. So basically you are saying Mr. Nku said, do not comply with your prescripts, and you did not comply with your prescripts. Is that what you are telling us?
I did not bow.
That's the effect of it.
No, I did not bow. Hence, you can also see, Chair, that me not reporting, according to the prescripts, like the Chair is saying.
No, you gave us the prescripts. You gave us the prescripts. Yes, continue.
I did not bow to the civilian. At most of the time, you get information and still use your own discretion. You don't just report anyhow.
Use your discretion to the extent of not complying with prescripts?
Not complying to the prescripts. My discretion to the operation that I will engage myself in. If that operation was unsuccessful, yes, it would mean if it was not successful, then it would mean I would have broken the law.
No,
It's not a criminal offense.
I want a direct answer to my question. My question is, are you saying you are entitled to use your discretion contrary to applicable prescripts? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Chair.
And where do you get that entitlement from if it's directly contrary to existing prescripts? Where would you get the entitlement from?
I can't say where do I get exactly, but at times you apply your mind, Chair. Yes, you could see me, as long as the decision you are taking, you'll be able to substantiate. I don't think there's a problem.
If your exercise of discretion is contrary to prescripts as you accept it is, so would you accept that the exercise of a discretion in those circumstances would be unlawful?
No, it's not a criminal offense.
No. I'm not asking you about a criminal offense. I'm asking you about something may be contrary to prescripts without being a crime. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair.
Now my question is, if you say that your exercise of discretion, and you've accepted this, your exercise of discretion is contrary to prescripts in those circumstances, do you accept that such exercise of discretion is unlawful? The answer must be yes. I can't see any other answer to that.
No, Chair. If it finds me to be in the wrong, it's unlawful.
No. The lawfulness or otherwise cannot depend on the ultimate outcome. It can never be. The lawfulness or otherwise must be determined at the stage you are acting, because the prescripts exist already. And it's a question of whether you act in accordance with them or you don't. And if you do not act in accordance with them, surely acting contrary to them must be unlawful. It's as simple as all that. Because otherwise, if it's contrary to the prescripts, where would the lawfulness come from?
How we operate as law enforcement officials, I don't see it as unlawful.
Where does the lawfulness come from?
Hence, I'm saying if it find to be wrong, my actions.
It's wrong at the entry point, Chief Mashaba. It's wrong at the entry point. Once you act contrary to the prescripts, that's unlawful. It must be, surely. Regardless of what the outcome might be at the end. That's very logic. That's simple logic.
Okay, fine, Chair. If we're not talking this case, it is unlawful.
Thank you.
If we're not talking this,
Thank you.
It is unlawful.
Now, my earlier question was, and what makes this case different? What makes this case different?
Because it is
In terms of, because you've accepted that with narcotics, which this case was about, with narcotics, you have to report that to SAPS. And we know that you did not report. I'm correct thus far, am I not? We know
Yes.
that you did not report. So based on the prescripts that you told us about, that must be, even in this case, that must be unlawful. So I want to understand the distinction you appear to be drawing about this case.
not that I bowed to the information, but because of being cautioned, I don't see it as...
Being cautioned by Mr. Nku, a civilian.
Yes, Chair.
Now that takes me back to my original question. My question was, so you follow, I'll avoid bow because you seem not to want to subject yourself to the verb bow. Now, you choose to follow what Mr. Nku says to you, the result of which is you breaching existing prescripts. So that's the choice you made.
I don't choose, Chair. I don't choose. I think, like I'm saying, if I will be found to be in the wrong, yes, I would agree. But in this case, because at the ultimate end, we know that our bust was successful, I still give myself a tap on the shoulder.
So the breach of prescripts becomes irrelevant because of a fortuitous outcome. The breach of the prescripts right at the beginning becomes irrelevant according to you.
Hence I said, Chair, if I can substantiate my actions, yes.
I will end this debate because it doesn't make sense. I will make it from your side, not my side. What I'm saying makes sense. I will end this debate, Chief Mashaba, by saying, I suggest to you that, one, you breached existing prescripts, which we get from you, and in respect of which you actually accept the breach. Two, I will go further. Everything I've said thus far, you have agreed to, and this is the part that you don't agree with. I will further suggest to you that your conduct was unlawful. You may comment if you want to. That is, the conduct of not following prescripts, but instead following what Mr. Nku said to you. That was unlawful. You have no discretion not to follow existing principles. That is what I suggest to you. Other people will say that is what I put to you. Do you care to comment?
I don't agree with you, Chair.
Thank you. For the reasons that in the end, the bust was successful. That's your main reason. Or
That's one of the reasons.
That's
yes.
the reason.
That's the reason.
Thank
I don't
you.
agree with you.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify in response to Advocate Ngube's question? You said something along these lines. I think she was asking you why you did not involve the team in the way bridge. And in response, you said, information I got did not fall within our mandate. What did you mean by that? It did not fall within our mandate.
We're talking drugs,
Yeah.
and it's not our specialty. That's what I mean.
So because the information you got involved drug trafficking, it did not fall within the mandate of the traffic police. Is that what you meant?
It doesn't fall within, but nothing, like I'm saying, nothing stops us from acting. Hence I'm saying, you choose informations. Nothing stopped me from, I would have brought my team and stopped it and did it. But because to save time and other things, I said, no, you know what, this thing is going to give us problems, it's going to give us talk too much. Let me just give it to subs. That's where it belongs.
Thank you.
Chief, the information you get on Thursday night is that there is a suspicion that there's drugs on a truck coming from Durban to Johannesburg. I'm following on what Commissioner Khumalo is asking you, because you did say, when I asked you why wouldn't you just give the information to people at the weighbridge to just pull over the truck and wait for you to come, right? And you said that falls out of my mandate. Now, why does going to the Yellow Jersey Logistics Company to try and get the truck there, why does that fall within your mandate? Is it simply because you had a SAPS member with you?
I didn't have a SAPS member with me. I called the SAPS member after.
Okay.
Yes.
So why do you go to Yellow Jersey Logistics without the SAPS member, with the civilian, without any backup at that point, but you can't mobilize your official team at the weighbridge to look out for this vehicle and pull it over?
So sorry, what is your question? You are taking it too
Yes,
long.
okay.
I even forget the question.
You say when you went to the Yellow Jersey Logistics, you didn't go with a police officer.
Yes.
So you went there with the civilian, or you met the civilian there. You met Mr. Nku there. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So why were you mandated to go with Mr. Nku to Yellow Jersey Logistics, but you weren't mandated to simply tell your team at the weighbridge to pull over the vehicle if they come across the vehicle?
Because the information came to me. I wanted to verify. If I saw it fit, nothing, I'm still saying, nothing would have stopped me to call my team.
Yes, and you could have done that the night before, but then it would have been official because it is at the weighbridge.
No, let's leave the night before. Hence I'm saying, the night before, I waited for the confirmation for Friday. So, when I got there, let's say if I wanted to, I would have called my team. Because nothing stops me from doing that. It's crime prevention. But I saw it fit that let me call the nearest police station.
Sorry, I'm confused by this and earlier evidence that you gave. I was under the impression that you cannot go into premises to investigate a crime. Now you say if you wanted to, you could have called your team to go into the premises and you chose to call SAPS. Am I misunderstanding something in your evidence?
I think you're misunderstanding, Chair.
Okay, clarify it.
I'm saying, and I said from the beginning, I saw it fit that let me involve subs. And in the beginning, I also said, applying for search warrants, it's simple and easy for subs. But, hence I said, this thing, or the road, is a crime scene for us. I would have waited for it to come, calling my team. When it goes to the road, we pounce on it, and there was nothing wrong with that.
Yes. My question is different. We know this truck was on the road at some point that you are now involved and you didn't stop it. So let's park what you could do when the truck is on the road. I'm asking you a question about you went into premises. You went into Yellow Jersey premises. They refused you opening the truck. You allowed it to get onto the road. You did not stop it in the way that you say you could have stopped it. And then it got to Scania, and you got into Scania premises. And that's where you actioned this. Those are the facts. That's what happened. There's no controversy about the movement of this truck from Yellow Jersey, your presence at Yellow Jersey, its movement to Scania, and you arriving and getting into the Scania property. There's no controversy about that, no?
I didn't try to enter and I was refused.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
If I heard you correct, Commissioner, you're saying I was refused to enter.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying to you, the facts that have been established from your statement, Mr. Nku's statement, Mr. Mohane's statement, the employees of the two different companies' statements, the common facts are you, Chief Mashaba, went into the property of Yellow Jersey when the truck was there. You meet with Mr. Nku, he briefs you, and then you speak to Mahane eventually, and the three of you proceed to Yellow Jersey where the truck was parked. Am I correct so far?
That's not correct. I did not go to Yellow Jersey.
So you didn't enter that property?
I did not, and I entered with Mahane.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You were there on that property. Well, what is there? What is it that you're disagreeing with?
Oh, I said, I heard you saying I entered and I was refused.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Please try and walk with me here. Don't anticipate me. Just walk with me and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm saying to you, you, Mahane, went to Yellow Jersey property.
Yes, Chair.
You entered that property, right? You then left the property following the truck. The truck left for Scania. You were behind the truck.
Correct.
You were accompanied by a Yellow Jersey employee. You give us his name, right? That you said he can join you just to make sure that you are not bogus.
He gave us the escort, correct?
Yes. So you all traveled together in convoy. And then you arrived at Scania, this yard, the Scania yard, and you all went onto the property. I'm right so far, right? In that recollection of the
Yes.
evidence. Yeah, so there's no controversy about that. My question is I earlier understood, much earlier in the day, today, I understood your evidence to be that you don't, as traffic police, get onto a property to investigate a crime. I understood your evidence to be that. And I was asking you to correct me if I'm wrong in that understanding of your evidence, that when it is now on a property, you don't have the jurisdiction to go and investigate it. You call the SAPS and you go in with the SAPS.
Hence I said, Commissioner, as a traffic officer, it's something else. As permitted by law under 334, nothing stops me. Hence I was asked at some stage, where Namashaba, what else can you do? I said, the only thing that I cannot do is to investigate the docket. Other than that, I can, Chair, Commissioner, I can.
So you didn't, are you saying you did not need the SAPS to be there for you to conduct the operation that you eventually conducted? SAPS did not have to be there.
To make things easy, Chair, you quickly involve people that you know life will be easy when you are with, because that is the area of expertise.
So,
that is SAPS.
Yeah. Chief Mashaba, that's not my question. Please, it's not my question. My question is, and it's simple, it's straightforward. It is your evidence that to conduct this operation at Scania, where you instructed them to open the container, and it was opened, the drugs fell out, and they were put onto a van. It could have been anyone's van. My question is simply this. For that to happen, for you to be able to instruct, to get onto the property, instruct, open this container, put these drugs onto a van, you did not need the presence of SAPS. And I'm simply at this point not debating the correctness of whatever your answer is. I'm asking to clarify, is that your evidence? You did not need the SAPS to be there. This is an operation that you, traffic officer, could have called your other colleagues and did exactly the same thing without SAPS. It's simply that.
I'm saying, Chair, Commissioner, I needed SAPS, but I'm still saying nothing would have stopped me from doing that if I was following or did exactly what I did from Yellow Jersey. Nothing would have stopped me to have entered into that premise. Nothing. But I needed SAPS.
Okay, just so that I'm clear. You could have done what you did at Scania without involving the SAPS.
I could have done that.
You could have done it.
I could have done that, yes.
And there's nothing that required you to involve the SAPS.
Nothing like what, Commissioner, if I may ask?
Call it a prescript, a rule, a procedure, whatever. There is nothing that obliged you, maybe let me use the word, nothing compelled you to bring the SAPS onto this operation. It's an operation that in terms of the law, your prescripts, your rules, your protocols, you are entitled to do exactly what you did without the SAPS.
If I had reasonable suspicion, nothing would have stopped me.
Don't add facts that are not part of this case that we are dealing with. The facts remain the same. Nku tells you on the 8th, there's a truck coming up, right? Nku calls you on the 9th. You meet with him. He briefs you. You all go to Yellow Jersey. Well, you bring Mohane onto the picture. You all proceed to Yellow Jersey. You get onto the road. You all proceed to Scania. You all got into Scania's property, right? You instruct the Scania people to open the container. The drugs fall out. Those facts don't change, and we don't add anything. I'm saying to you, on these facts, are you saying to us, there is no protocol, rule, prescript, law, nothing that obliged you to bring the subs onto this operation on the property of Scania as it unfolded there?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chief, I'll come back to this aspect. I just wanted us to deal with your relationship with Mr. Nku. How do you know Mr. Nku?
I know him through a friend in 2019 as a businessman in a forum of business against crime.
So was your relationship with him a social one, business with Mr. Nku? What kind of relationship is it? Were you guys friends?
Not friends, a contact, I will say.
A contact in what sense? Business contact?
Socially means I will go out with him, maybe go drink or maybe go party or something. I'm not in business with him, and I don't do that with him. It's just a contact, a person that I know.
Did you do any work for him in your official capacity?
He once gave me an information. Unfortunately, other informations were out of the province, out of my jurisdiction. I could not assist. But I remember he once gave me the information of a diesel, this fake diesel in Vereeniging. And we did it with the police.
Okay, so that was something that was within your jurisdiction.
I did it with the police.
Okay, and what was the one that you said you couldn't do it because it was out of the province?
Well, because of it's out of my scope, out of my jurisdiction, I wouldn't want to entertain such.
Oh, he didn't give you details of it?
No, he didn't. He just said, for instance, let's say, there is something in Bedbridge. I said, no, I don't want to know. Bedbridge is really out of my jurisdiction.
Did you consider him an informant, acquaintance? What was it?
I would say an informant because he was doing it voluntarily.
And were you aware of what type of business he was doing?
I was not aware.
Okay. Did you know whether he had a boss? Was he reporting to a boss?
No, I don't know.
You didn't know if he was reporting to a boss?
No.
He never mentioned to you that he was speaking, that he had a boss that he was doing certain work for?
No.
Okay. And you say that you didn't know what type of business he was doing?
Yes, I didn't know.
Okay. I want us to go to a bundle which is called, if you look at the spine, and we'll ask them to assist you, WhatsApps and screenshots bundle. And if you can go to the tab that is labeled CJC 274.3.
Page 55.
Yes, page 55.
Yes.
Now, CJC 274.3, which starts on page 55 and goes up until page 124.
Yes.
It's WhatsApp messages between Mr. Nku and somebody whose name is saved as Doggy Walks. And we have confirmed that that is the number that's associated with Doggy Hawks is a number, which I'm not going to read out, that was recorded to you in 2019. I'm going to...
Doggy Hawks.
Yes. Okay. So what I'm proposing to do is there's an exhibit that I'm going to hand up, which shows the number and confirms, and then I want you to confirm that that is indeed your number. And Chair, we'll hand it up. It's CJC 275.1. I think, are you handing up all of them?
Which page?
She'll hand up a copy to you.
Oh. Thank you.
Do you have it?
Yes.
So do you see the first number there, and then it says at s.whatsapp.net, and then it says Doggy Walks? Do you see that?
I still use the number, yes?
Is that your number?
That's my number.
Okay. So the chats at 55 to 124, CJC 274.3, is between that number and Mr. Nku's number. Okay? And I want to go through these chats just for us to establish the kind of relationship that you had with Mr. Nku and some of the activities that the two of you were engaged in. Now, if we could start at page 56, you will see that the white blocks, that would be you messaging. That is why it says received, because these are messages from Mr. Nku's phone. And then in the green, that is him sending the message to you.
Yes.
Now, the third white block, which is from you, it says, good morning, S. We met very late yesterday with Captain Mataboge. He is talking to his colleagues today, and we expect a positive answer. I just wanted to know, just to orientate ourselves, who is Captain Mataboge? Do you know him?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
No.
Okay. And then the last white box there, it's you sending him a message. I sent my boys. Just above that, Mr. Nku sends a message. Thanks, Abuti. Please don't forget the full details for the roster. And you give a thumbs up and you say, I sent my boys. This is in February, the 18th of February, 2019. Who were you referring to when you referred to when you spoke to Mr. Nku about your boys? I sent my boys.
Hey, this is how many years ago? 7 years ago. I can't remember what you were talking about here.
Okay. But in the context of your relationship, who would boys be? So if you had told him that you sent your boys, who would it have been? If he's asking you, he's telling you, please don't forget the full details for the roster. You say thumbs up, and you say, I sent my boys.
Like I'm saying, I wouldn't remember.
Would
And
it have... Oh, apologies, go ahead.
My boys, I don't remember.
Would it have been members of your team?
I don't think so.
Okay, what other
I've got-
boys could you be sending and telling Mr. Nku that you were sending?
It can be friends,
Okay. Did you have mutual
depending
friends?
on what we were talking about here.
Okay, go
Can
to
be
the
friends.
next page. You'll see at the top he sends you the praying hands or high five, which signifies he's grateful. And then your message, you say, I'll bring back your dignity to your bosses. Who were his bosses?
I don't know him as having any boss, and I don't even know, and I don't remember what were we talking about here.
Okay, but you must know that he had bosses because you say, I will bring your dignity back your dignity to your bosses. So for you to bring somebody's dignity back to your bosses, you must know that he's faced with a situation where he either needs to redeem himself to his bosses or there's something that's troubling him regarding his bosses. And how are you going to bring his dignity back to his bosses?
I can't remember what you were talking about.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay,
I think, Chief Mashaba, even allowing for, the passage of time, that this is in 2019,
Yes,
this kind of communication, this kind of language speaks more to you knowing something about his relationships, his activities, and his relationships. That's what it speaks of. And I expect that even with the passage of time, because you describe him as someone you're close to, so you know something about his relationships, and you should be able, I would expect you to be able to hazard something, to say, well, I may have been talking about his employer, I may have been talking about his friends, I knew that he was involved with this and that. So to give a blank, I don't know, because it was in 2019. If this was an arm's length relationship between you and Mr. Nku that you really don't have much to do with, I would see how you would struggle. But it's someone you've described as someone very close that you also socialize with. So the passage of time really should be able to get you to suggest possibilities of who you could have been referring to. It may not be completely helpful ultimately, but I think a blank, I don't know, doesn't seem to be an attempt at giving some information. So I guess what I'm putting to you is, surely, given the nature of your relationship that you describe as close, you should be able to hazard some suggestions who you could have been referring to.
I don't know, Commissioner. I can't recall.
Do you know anything about his life other than you socializing with him? I mean, he's your informer. You say he's informed you about other things in the past, so you do have quite a relationship with him. You do.
I know nothing about his life. I don't even know where he stays. Even today, I don't even know.
Thank you.
Let me ask basically the same question about the bosses, but slightly differently. As you sit there now, you say you know nothing about Mr. Nku's bosses, but would you accept, based on the content of this chat, that at the time you must have known something about his bosses?
Not unless I'm maybe reminded that this is what you guys were talking about. But for now, I can't recall anything because There is nothing that we did.
My question my question does not relate to what you were talking about. It relates to the fact that there, in so many words, you refer to his bosses. Do you accept that at that time, I'm not asking about now, at that time, you must have known something about his bosses? Let me read this.
Well-
I'll bring back your dignity to your bosses. You could not have written about his bosses if at that time you did not know something about them. Do you follow me?
I get you, Chair.
So do you accept that at that time, let's forget about what you know now or do not know now, at that time you knew something about his bosses? Otherwise, what you wrote there would not have made sense whatsoever. So do you accept that at that time you knew something about his bosses?
I wouldn't agree because anything with cell phones, it's possible. So
I
at
don't-
that time,
I don't.
maybe because
Yes.
we were, if it's really me, yeah, if we were talking about that, those bosses and the dignity, at that time, if it's me.
So you are saying
then it may
anything,
be-
you just said anything is possible about phones, and you've added to that that if it is you, you said speaking or maybe writing. So are you now suggesting that it may well be that the content of the chats has been tampered with? Is that the suggestion you are making now?
There is that possibility.
Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on this? So assuming that there's no tampering here with these communications from Mr. Nku's phone, let's assume that for purposes of the question that the chairperson is asking you. Assuming there was no tampering and this is an accurate, unadulterated reflection of your conversation, you must accept that at this point you knew something about his bosses. Him having bosses, even if you may not have known who are the bosses, but you knew something about his bosses.
I must accept.
I'm saying you must. It seems logical. Assuming, remember where I start. I start by saying, let's assume for purposes of my conversation with you that this, which you see at this WhatsApp message at page 57, is an accurate reflection, assumption. Let's assume it's an accurate reflection of what you said to Mr. Nku. It's not doctored, it's an assumption. Let's assume it's not doctored, it's not made up. It is in fact what you sent to him, we assume. Can you accept, as I suggest you should, that you must have known something about him having bosses, if this indeed is from you?
If it was indeed from me,
Yes.
let me accept until this is brought to me exactly where was this conversation going.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gels.
Okay. Can I ask you, while we're on the boss topic, if you go to page 110 of that same bundle, this is still chats between you and Mr. Nku. 110. The second last, do you see there's a picture there? And then the second last white block, that's from you. Either they take it or leave it, inquiry will be there, but you can't go to Big Boss empty-handed. We need to open their mouth with, I think you meant to say with something or we something. Do you see that message?
Sorry, you said 112. Sorry.
110.
Oh, 110, yes.
Do you see that? You sending this message to Mr. Nku.
Either
They take it or leave it, inquire, and we'll get to the context of this. I just want to reference the boss. Either they take it or leave it, inquiry. will be there, but you can't go to Big Boss empty-handed. We need to open their mouths with something. I think you meant to say with something. You see that?
Yes, I see
Yeah.
it.
And that message is at 8:25 on the 25th of March. And then if you go to page 141 of that same bundle, this is now a chat. These are chats between Mr. Nku and somebody identified as EB Boss, IBY Boss.
141.
Yes.
Yes, which one?
That whole page there. You go,
Yes.
flip to 110, put your finger at 110 and 141.
Yes.
And now you see the picture at 110, the blurred picture at 110?
It's blurry, yes.
Yes. Do you see it also appears at 141 in a chat between Mr. Nku and EB Boss?
Yes.
So whatever you sent to him, he then sent to EB Boss. You see on 110, he's receiving it from you.
Yes, I see.
And then at 141, it shows that he's sending it.
Yes, I see.
Yes, that picture. And the message on 110, is this the boy? You asking him, is this the boy? On 141, he's
Yes,
sending
yes,
it to EB Boss, is this the boy? So the exact message that you're sending him.
I see.
And then the message where you say either they take it or leave it, inquiry will be there, but you can't go to Big Boss empty-handed. We need to open their mouth with something. If you go to 141, that same message is there. Do you see that?
Either they take it or leave it. Yes, I see.
Yes. And then if you look at your page 110, the next page 1111, it says drugs inquiry opened. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you go to page 142, which is now a conversation between EB Boss and Mr. Nku, he says, "Salam, boss, they just came back to my guy now." You the guy. You Mr. Nku's guy.
Which one are you talking about?
142?
Yes.
He's sending a message to, after he sends all those same messages that you sent,
Yes,
he
I
then
see.
sends a message to EB Boss saying, "Salam, boss, they just came back to my guy now." Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
And then the boss says, "Yeah, yes." And then at the next green box, he says, "Give me till 3 p.m. to check with my guy, then that means they have the correct file." Do you see that? Do you see that? On 142.
Yes.
The boss says,
Yes, I
"Okay."
see.
And then EB Boss starts an audio call, and then the next message is from Mr. Nku to the boss. "Drugs and money laundering inquiry opened, so ball is in their court. We're not going to approach Big Boss empty-handed. It's a serious one." Do you see that message?
Yes, I see it.
Now look at 111, which is your chat to Mr. Nku. The first white block on 111.
Yes.
"Drugs
Correct.
and money laundering inquiry opened, so ball is in their court. We're not going to approach Big Boss empty-handed. It's a serious one." Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Were you aware that Mr. Nku was communicating with EB Boss?
I think I'm getting somewhere here.
It's coming to you now.
Yeah. If Nku says to me, "I talk to the boss," that necessarily mean I know that person is talking to. I'll only refer him as the boss because Nku says to me, "That's my boss." I don't even know this EB boss. I don't know.
Sorry, Ms. Siegels, can you please explain the point you made about the text at the top of page 142? "Salam, boss, they just came back to
My guy
my
now.
guy now."
I was simply asking him if he is Mr. Nku's guy that Mr. Nku's referring to when he says to EB boss, they just got back to my guy now. That's what I was asking him, and he said he doesn't know who's the guy. Yeah.
All right.
Similar question as the chair. I thought it related to an inquiry that had been opened. And I think
Yes,
that's where
that's
Chair
where
is
we're getting,
at.
yes. So I just wanted to establish the boss, and then I said we would get back to the inquiry.
Thank you.
Okay. So okay, so you say that you didn't know that he had a boss, but you were referring to boss because he said or you didn't know who the boss is.
I didn't know who the boss is. Like I'm saying, when he talks to me and say, the boss this, the boss said, I will also refer that person as the boss.
Okay.
That don't necessarily mean I know the person.
Okay, but I had asked you earlier whether you knew if he had a boss, and you said no. And I said, did he ever speak to you about the boss? And you said no. Now you're saying you referred to boss because he referred to somebody as his boss, but you don't know the boss.
Hence I said when I started right now, or before, I will agree if as we go, I know where is this taking us. But now that he's talking about the boss, I know that I don't know any of his bosses.
Okay.
But you knew, it looks like, and I'm trying to understand your answer. You knew that he's dealing with someone that he refers to as boss. That's what you're saying? That you knew with whoever he communicates or has dealings, there's someone that he refers to as boss, and you just continued to use the same descriptor. Okay, thank you.
Now, do you recall what the drug and money laundering inquiry was about?
I don't recall.
Were you involved in anything related to that? Because why are you sending him information that the inquiry's been opened?
Did I say the inquiry has been opened?
This one that I said to you, either they take it or leave it on page 141, which is the same message that you sent to him, he sends to his boss. Either they take it or leave it, inquiry will be there, but you can't go to Big Boss empty-handed. We need to open their mouths with something.
So what's the question?
I'm asking what was your involvement in this inquiry, because you knew that there is an inquiry. And what was this inquiry about?
I am not sure because obviously I don't open inquiries.
Okay. So you must have known somebody that can open inquiries.
Maybe.
Do you want to tell us who that person is, or should we go to it and then it may jog your memory?
Maybe let's go to.
Okay, go to 110 just so that we can see that you do then communicate that the inquiry has been opened. At page 110, the last block, you see that the message is cut off. If you go to 111, you send a message saying drugs.
Is it a conscious decision now no longer to flight this?
I wasn't aware that it was. Thanks, Jay. At 111, at the top, drugs inquiry opened. That's you sending that message.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
So you would have known that the inquiry was opened. How would you get that information?
Yes, according to this, yes. I would have known.
Yes. Now, I'm trying to find out from your point of view, how do you get to know about inquiries being opened? If you say that you don't open inquiries, how do you get to know?
Maybe the person that I referred to this to opened that inquiry and confirmed to me that the inquiry is opened.
That person would be aware in another agency.
Obviously, it would be maybe a subs member.
Okay, so would you have referred the matter to them and asked them to open an inquiry, or asked them if an inquiry has been opened?
Ask them to open an inquiry.
Why? You must then know the facts in order for an inquiry to be opened. And it's specific, drugs and money laundering inquiry opened. So the ball is in their court. That's what you say. But we're not going to approach Big Boss empty-handed.
Because he is talking drugs and money. I know I would have done nothing about it. I would have referred it to somebody else. And that will be in SAPS and nowhere else.
You say that would have been in SAPS and nowhere else.
Yes,
But you would have communicated with that person at SAPS.
yes.
Okay. And so you said earlier when I asked you about your relationship with Mr. Nku and whether you had done anything for him in terms of your work, and you mentioned 2 incidents, one that was within your jurisdiction, one that was not. What is this one about? How is this within?
Surely, unless proven otherwise, surely this would have been just a communication. It didn't go anywhere because I don't remember this going anywhere unless proven to me that I'm lying.
I'm not suggesting that you're lying. I'm just trying to get the information as to what you knew about this inquiry and who you would have dealt with regarding this inquiry, because it seems to me that you are giving him information about an inquiry, a drugs and money laundering inquiry, which I'm not sure that he should have access to, and you are referencing his boss, that the boss can't be left empty-handed, the big boss.
So what's the question, Soria?
I'm trying to understand why you would make such a statement. Why would the inquiry being opened be something that's related to the big boss and him being empty-handed? We can't leave him empty-handed.
Because he talks about something that I know and there's nothing I can do about.
Sorry to say that again. He's talking about?
Something, money, drugs and money laundering. There's nothing I can do about this. Especially when you're talking inquiry. It would have mean I referred this to somebody else.
So
No, it doesn't necessarily mean you referred. It may also mean that you asked someone in SAPS whether there is an inquiry open, and now you're telling Ms. Nku that there is an inquiry open. So that's the other possibility.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
What is the reference to we? Who is we in that chat? It says we are not going to approach Big Boss empty-handed. Who is we in that chat?
I cannot recall we. Who did I refer to? I can't.
But it obviously includes you.
When I say we, it means, yes, I'm involving myself.
You and somebody else.
Yes.
And why would you need to approach the Big Boss? Why would you and somebody else need to approach the Big Boss?
Because he's talking about Big Boss.
Yes, but it's his boss. Why would you need to approach the Big Boss?
He's talking about the boss.
I understand that he's talking about the boss, but you are saying we are not going to approach the Big Boss. I asked who you are referring to, and you said it's you and somebody else. Now, why would you be approaching the Big Boss? Because it's not your boss, it's Nku's boss. So why would you be approaching the Big Boss?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
I don't recall.
okay, let's just go back to the sequencing. We're now on page 57 of the bundle. The first green box there, which is from Mr. Nku to you, after you say, I will bring your dignity to your bosses, back your dignity to your bosses. He says, Abuti, I'm not one to talk a lot or boast, but you'll see the type of opportunities this will open up. I can only guarantee a formidable financial future. And you say, Dankim Fetu, and then I believe So what was that about? Clearly, there's a link to the boss here because you're going to give him his dignity back to his bosses, and there's going to be opportunities that are going to guarantee you formidable financial future. You must remember that. I would remember if somebody was promising me a formidable financial future.
I don't because I know there's nothing that came to me as a benefit financially. This time, I don't know of that. I wouldn't know.
Maybe not this time came, but I mean, you will see, you will see, and I'm sure you will remember even before your memory is jolted, that there are WhatsApp messages that involve money, conversations between you and Mr. Nku, and bank account exchanges and confirmations of proof of payment. So we know from the documents that there's been money exchanges between you and Mr. Nku. And I preface myself to say, keep that in mind when you answer, that you will still do the exercise of looking through your financial dealings or conversations with him. Now, you must remember, even if it's in 2019, that what was he talking about when he says, you will see the type of opportunities this will open up. You don't ask, what are you talking about? He says, I can only guarantee a formidable financial future, and you say, thank him for it too. So you knew at the time what he was talking about, but I've prefaced myself by saying, well, there's also financial exchanges as we go along that happen. So you surely must be able to answer the question about what was this conversation about opportunities that will open up and the financial future that he says you will be guaranteed.
At the time, it means I knew.
Yes. And we are asking you to tell us what it was.
At that time, it means I knew, but I can't recall.
Oh, you won't recall for us? You just won't recall for us?
I can't hear
you won't. You just won't recall for us. You don't want to.
No,
I think let me put it to you, because we are doing this and I think we are going from how it's proceeded so far. I anticipate we are going to be doing this exercise the same way the whole afternoon. And I want to put to you that there is a big difference between you don't want to tell us what this was about, you don't want to, and you genuinely do not recall. And I want to suggest to you that you don't want to even try and remember if you have forgotten. You don't even want to. You don't want to tell us what these conversations are about. That's what I'm putting to you, that's what I'm picking up in the way you're dealing with this.
Genuinely, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Can you, before we leave this chair to the very first one, can you recall an instance where Mr. Nku would have lost his dignity with his bosses and you would have had to do something to restore that dignity for him? Because what you are making here is a promise to him to bring back his dignity that he has lost with his bosses. That's what the chat says, even if you don't remember what the context was. But are you aware of an instance where his bosses were not happy with him and you had to do something in order for his bosses to be happy with him?
Honestly, commissioners, I don't want to be seen as denying everything, but I'm genuinely saying I don't recall.
Okay. Can I then just take you, we're still on page 57. You ask him in the, I think it's, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. After the first green block, there's 4 white blocks. The fourth one, you're asking him, who is sending you info for the criminals? Just checking. Then he says, the check-in boy, the one who checked us in on the day in question. you say, okay, now, what were you dealing with here? What were you talking about here? Because it seems to me it has something to do with the airport, a plane, checking in, he was going somewhere, and he's getting information from the check-in boy.
I totally, I'm lost.
You don't recall any of your conversations with him between 2019 and 2021? Nothing? With Mr. Nku?
I don't remember us doing anything together.
Do you recall asking him for money?
Well, for money, yes. He gave me money,
Why? Why are you receiving money from him?
maybe as a friend.
Thought he
Not
wasn't
that-
really a friend.
Sorry?
I thought he wasn't a friend. I suggested that he was a friend. You said he wasn't a friend.
I said he's a contact.
Yes.
So I'm saying, okay, maybe if I say as a friend, I would mean as my contact. I said not social or not business. Not necessarily mean it's not a friend. He's a contact, yes, but I know I don't go out with him and I don't do business with him because I don't know what kind of business he does.
Okay, go to page 64. You see the top message there? You're reporting back to him about a meeting. Do you see that?
I managed, yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Now you see the name Mashego that says Gauza.
Yes.
You sent him Gauza's business card. If you look at the bottom of that page.
Yes.
And Gauza is someone at organized crime.
I know.
Who is he? Is he a colleague of yours?
No, he's a subs member.
Okay, how do you know him?
Through a friend, but I am not even close to this guy.
Okay, so why are you meeting with him and others?
I can't recall exactly what we met for. I seriously cannot.
And then you say to him, and tomorrow they're meeting the guys for inquiry. So you do know.
Hey, this is a long time ago. I genuinely don't recall.
Okay, if we gave you these messages for you during the lunch adjournment for you to go through them again, do you think it will jog your memory? If I gave it to you over the lunch adjournment to read over it, do you think it'll jog your memory?
Exactly, if you tell me where to go exactly, I will maybe
Okay, I want to know,
remember something.
how often do you meet with Gauza? Have you met with him from 2019 to today? How often have you met with him?
I don't even know when last did I see him.
Okay, so we know you saw him at least once in 2019 because you say you've met with him.
Yeah, Khausa, I know him, but I don't know when last did I see him.
Okay, would it have been more than this one time?
If we would have met, I don't even think it's more than 5 times.
Okay, so
Yes.
then it shouldn't be difficult for you to try and figure out why you were meeting with him and other people, and then telling Nku that there's going to be, you're meeting the guys for an inquiry, because surely you wouldn't be, it can't be more than once or even twice that your meeting with Gauza would have an impact on Mr. Nku that you need to report to Mr. Nku about it. Unless you report to Mr. Nku about Gauza every time you meet with Gauza.
I don't know. Like now I can put it to you now that I'm sure it's more than 5 years not talking to Gauza.
Yeah, but the WhatsApp message, the third one, surely must jolt your memory. It speaks about you must go to, you say, we must go to Giani to go look for these guards with the help now of Gauza. And then operation is now very close and promising the guys are towing the line. So surely this kind of WhatsApp message from you to Mr. Nku must remind you what it is that you and Mr. Nku were talking about here in these various exchanges and your meeting with Gauza, therefore.
If, commissioners, if this would have carried on, like I'm saying, I know for sure, for 5 years, if not 6, I've never spoken to Gauza.
Yeah, no, I accept, at least for purposes for now, that you haven't spoken to Gauza for 5 years. I'm making a different point, that you have quite a detailed SMS, WhatsApp message rather, the third one that you send to Mr. Nku. And it speaks about doing an operation in Giani. You say, we must go to Giani to look for these guards. So it's very specific. With the help now of Gauza and them, operation is now very close and promising the guys are towing the line. So I'm saying to you, you're a traffic officer in Gauteng. It's not every day that you get involved, even 10 years ago. It's not every day that you would get involved in operations that take you to Giani.
Yes.
And I'm saying to you that for that reason, this must remind you, you must be able to remember why were we talking about Giani, by the way, which you don't do every day in your job. Why were you and Gu talking about going to Giani? To do an operation to look for these guards, surely.
I can assure you that, Chair, Commissioners, I can assure you that I don't recall because we didn't go to Giani.
Yes, you may not have gone to Giani, but
yes,
you spoke about going to Giani. This is not something that you would have sucked out of the air and put a random message about Giani. Can't be. It's a message that suggests there are other conversations that preceded it, including, and which also explain a meeting with Gauza, Ntatengwana, and Mvinjelwa 50. There's that preceding conversations before you get to, we must go to Giani to find these guards. And what I'm suggesting to you for your comment, for your response, is it's not every day you would have been involved with Giani, even in 2019. It's not every day. So this must have been an exception, hopefully. And if it was one of the few times or even an exception, you must be able to remember it, what this was about. You can conclude by saying we never went to Giani, but you should be able to say, this is what this was about, but nothing came of it.
You know, commissioners, not everything that you communicate on WhatsApp can be true. Not everything. So,
What do you mean by that? Are you saying you may have made up this which you say
I
in
would
this
have
message?
maybe talking to Nku here, but because I don't even recall, I might maybe be lying here, because you know for a fact, not everything in the WhatsApp or in the message you say or you type is correct or true.
No, I don't know that. I don't. You can tell us that in your communications, not everything you say is necessarily true. And if that's what you're telling us, and I must say that until you tell me that I mishear you and misunderstand you, that's how I understand you. You're saying not everything that you say is necessarily true. That's what you're saying.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Because,
And I'm going to put this challenge to you that then that also must apply to your evidence right now, because you're stating a general position. You're sitting there. We have to be cautious. That's what you're telling us. We have to be cautious when we deal with your responses and your evidence, because on your own confession, not everything that you say is necessarily true.
on WhatsApp.
Thank you, Chief.
Just on this, the very first charge, can you recall a time when you met with these three people and you were in a meeting with them? So if you look at Khauza, Tatengwana, and Mvinjelo.
Hey. I met with Khauza at his house alone. I met with Musa alone, not with Khauza. This Mavinjelwa, I don't remember.
When you met with Khauza and Twala, were you discussing the same issue, although you met with them separately?
No.
It was different issues.
Yes, Commissioner.
If you remember that it was different issues, then you must remember what those issues were.
Khauza, I think I wanted him to assist, if my memory serves me well. I think I wanted him to assist, or I wanted him to meet with somebody regarding the case that person said. Khauza is the only one that can assist.
Okay.
Not necessarily knowing exactly what was that. I mean, if you met with somebody 7 years ago and then you didn't speak for 5 years, it's difficult to remember exactly what were you guys talking about.
It's exactly that makes you remember, because it's not somebody you see often. So if you saw somebody 7 years ago and that was the last time you saw them, it is exactly that will make you remember. If you communicate with somebody regularly, you communicate about so many things that you won't have a specific memory of what you were discussing. But if it's somebody that you say you haven't seen him for 5 years and you went to his house to discuss something, then surely you must remember what that was.
What I remember exactly with Mashihu was that there is a case that he needed to assist somebody with. That's why I went to him. And he said, I'm at home. I said, please send location. That's when I got to him. And I know I prefer that let me be a middleman here. Let me not be a middleman. You said I must go do this for you. I got him. Please talk to him direct, because I don't want to be caught up in a crossfire tomorrow that I facilitated something that I don't know.
When you say you met, maybe let me first ask, Musa Twala, is that a member of the SAPS?
Yes,
And you say you don't know or you don't remember Mvinjo Elwa 50?
Vinjalo, I don't remember.
Okay. And when you say you met with them separately, what, on different days? Is that what it means?
Yes, Commissioner.
Then explain why in that page 64 WhatsApp you say, I managed to meet with them just now. Your text says you met with them just now. And if you met them over different days and not together, why would you say I met with them just now?
Hence I'm saying I don't recall meeting the three of them at once.
Can we at least agree this?
Yes,
Even if I were to accept you don't recall, can we at least agree this, that this text, the way you wrote it, suggests you met them together?
According to the text.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Then can we go to page 78? There's a message that you sent there on the 28th of March 2019 at 3:14 p.m. and you say, we're winning Tumza, dignity is going. Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
I suppose you don't know why dignity is going now. Earlier on you said you're going to get dignity back for him, so this must refer to somebody else. Do you recall what it was?
Dignity is going. Yeah, you see, this means I said I will bring it back, now it's going. It means nothing happened.
Oh, you're not
According to-
succeeding. You were not succeeding in getting his dignity back. Because why would you say we're winning? Winning means that you're doing something good for him.
How can I win with somebody that is going?
I don't know, that's your message. We're winning, Tumza, dignity is going. So you must be talking about somebody else's dignity that's going, because you and Tumza are winning.
Yeah, no. I hate the fact that it's like I'm denying everything. And I don't want it to be that way because it's like I'm hiding something. But seriously, until we get to the bottom of this whole thing, I will then agree that all these dignities, all these bosses, now I know, I remember.
Okay, I'm going to give you an opportunity during the lunch adjournment to go through them. But until then, can I then ask you, you see, you send a mess, the next message is smiley face.
Yes.
And then a few hours later on the same day, you say, don't feel annoyed and I'm not taking advantage. And then you send him a bank account details. Whose bank account details are those?
Is my business bank account.
It's your business
Closed.
bank account.
Yes, closed. I don't even remember this time it was open, but it's
Yes.
my business.
It must have been opened if you're giving him your business bank account. Why are you giving him your business bank account just before you say, please don't feel annoyed and I'm not taking advantage?
It would mean, please don't feel annoyed. I'm not taking advantage. Obviously, put something in my account.
Yeah, why must he put something in your account?
Maybe I would have give it a boosting or borrowing me, I don't know.
Well,
You said what? Boosting? You said what?
Maybe that's English.
boasting.
Boosting.
Not
Boosting or
Boasting,
boosting?
boosting.
Boost.
He's
Boosting.
boosting you.
Meaning, in this context? I know what boosting means, but in this context, say, what do you mean?
He's giving me some extra cash. That's what I mean.
Out of nowhere.
Maybe
Just
it's
because-
maybe in our lingo, like say, go bomb boost.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know in English. How do you put it?
I'm sure you don't recall how much he gave you.
I don't recall.
But it says done there. So.
Then on page 83,
No, sorry,
Yes.
sorry. Below that, there's done. Does that mean you were boosted or given the money?
If I said done, it means he did.
yeah,
No, it's him saying so. So he was telling you that he had deposited money into your account.
Yes, Chair.
but you were complaining because you said there was nothing. Could you see the message? You say thumbs up, thank you, and then at 11, you say nothing. You see, you send a message saying nothing.
Hence I said it's my old business. I don't know. You see now.
Let's just go to
Unless-
page 82. It seems that he sends you a screenshot that he's made the payment, and you say, Aish, that's the correct account. But it seems you're
82?
not getting the money, and then on the next page, an 83, you say, I'm sorry. In the next message, Tumza, still not through. And then he says, Abuti, please bear with it. It should be as soon as the bank opens up their system tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And then you say, it kills me, but Shap, hope you good. And then the next morning, hola, I'm still not sorted, Tumza. Then the next message, starting to stress, I'm getting calls now from Aish. Who are you getting calls from? You must remember that.
I don't remember, honestly.
It's not April Fool's, I'm serious, my brother.
I don't remember.
Okay, he then sends you the bank confirmed payment. And the next page, you say, please send proof, because you clearly don't trust that he has. Do you see that, page 84?
Yes.
And then you say, I'm in here, please send Tumza, they want to see. Who is they?
Like I'm saying, I don't even know what we're talking about here.
No, Chief. This is on the 1st of April 2019. You stressed. You clearly somewhere where payment needs to be made immediately. You're there. You say, I'm in here. Please send Tumza. They want to see. Who would want to see that you are getting a payment from Nku into your business bank account? Does that happen every day? Did it happen every day in 2021 that you can't recall?
20?
In 2019?
We're talking 7 years ago here.
Yes, but how
And-
many times were you somewhere where you needed money to be sent immediately by Tumza to you into your business bank account? How many times did that happen in 2019?
Not many times.
Yes.
Not,
Okay.
yeah.
So, and then if you go to page 86, it says it cleared at 2 p.m. Thanks again, we'll call after or give update. So something is happening, and it's all on the 1st of April. Then still on 86, you say, they say call online, and because it was done on Saturday, it's on Smart Block, so they can release after 1 hour after your call. And you send him the number online, and then the money must have come through because you say, thank you very Tumza, it has reflected, lifesaver, my brother. So he saved your life. How often did he save your life by paying you?
Maybe he saved it this time.
Yes, why? What bind were you in that he saved your life by paying
I
money
don't
into that account?
remember what we were talking about or what transaction we were talking about here. But I can see and confirm because that's my account number and now it says it has reflected.
Can
And I know,
Oh, Chief, carry on.
sorry, and I know this account is closed long time.
Can I say, Chief, this sequence of WhatsApp messages speak to you receiving money from Nku to pay other people, to distribute to other people. That's what this speaks of, and that's the important thing. Even if you say, I don't remember, what is undeniable is you are getting money from Nku for whatever purpose, but that whatever reason he was paying for, it was to pass it on, or you were going to pay other people that required proof of payment, that were putting you under pressure. You accept that's what this demonstrates?
According to this, I accept.
Yes, thank you.
Remember how much it was?
No.
You know, when you boost somebody, you give them 100 rands and 200 rands. But if it's a serious business transaction, it's a lot of money.
It's not. It means it was not a serious business transaction. That's why I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe just to clarify in the light of what Commissioner Khumalo has said now, just to clarify what it is I'm putting to you. I'm putting to you that this was not a boost to you. You are going to be paying other people that you and Mr. Nku were involved with. That's what I was putting to you. That you say he was boosting you. Well, boost, as we understand it and as you've explained it, is to make you cash liquid, to give you money, to assist you personally. What I'm putting to you is this series of WhatsApp messages where you say they're putting me under pressure, send me proof so I can show them. What it demonstrates is that whatever transaction or dealings you and Mr. Nku were doing, these WhatsApp messages was about payment to your account so that you can pay other people, known to you and Mr. Nku. That's what I'm saying they demonstrate.
Well, according to the messages here, it suggests that, but commissioners, I want to say, if really I was doing something wrong, I wouldn't leave paper trail like this.
This doesn't come from your phone. It comes from Mr. Nku's phone, so he's not like you, clearly. It was found in his phone.
I can't.
No, I'm saying he's clearly not like-minded. You say you wouldn't leave this paper trail. And I'm saying, well, these were found in Mr. Nku's device, and it's communication between you and Mr. Nku. So the paper trail comes from Mr. Nku's cell phone.
No, this is wiring because my account is there. So if really I was doing something that wrong, how do you, if I was in any dodgy business with him, how do I give him my account number, and something that can be traced after.
Sense of impunity, Chief Mashaba.
Oh.
Or at that time, you just did not foresee that things will get to this point. I mean, that's what happens, human conduct. You didn't foresee it will get to this point. But the established fact, which you admit, you're not denying, you did give him your account number, and I understood you to accept that you're saying to him, you're being put under pressure and saying they want proof of payment. I understood you to accept that, yes, it demonstrates or at least suggests that the money you were receiving was to be distributed to other people as well.
Well, according to this, it
Yes.
suggests that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is this a convenient time to take the lunch adjournment?
Let us adjourn and resume at 14:35. Let's adjourn. No. 14:10.
resume the hearing. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, could I ask you to go to page 89 of that WhatsApp and screenshots bundle that we were busy with? Do you have page 89?
Yes, I've got it.
These are still the chats between you and Mr. Nku. You'll see one green block and then there's a white block. The second white block, you say Boroko Dololo. What are you referring to there? To him?
I can't sleep. Bro,
Eh?
Dolo. I can't sleep.
You can't sleep. And then you say to him, this is on the 15th of April. Just wait. Thank you, Chair. So you're saying to him you can't sleep, and then the next message on the 15th of April, you say we need to work, responsibility piling up, mark timing. Why do you need to work with Mr. Nku, who's a civilian? What work are you looking to go into with him?
Maybe here, maybe I'm talking about maybe the information, I don't know. And maybe commissioners, I've tried to go through this chat. I don't want to lie. 2019, I cannot recall. And I don't want to be seen as, I don't want to be helpful to the commission, because a lot of things here I don't remember. But then, still, we need to work, responsibility piling up, mark timing. I don't know.
But it's not even a question of recalling, but what's factual is that you were in constant contact with Mr. Nku. That's what these chats show.
Yes, in 2019, I can see we were communicating.
And the texts or chats that Ms. Sigels-Ncube has taken you to are not about him providing you with information regarding criminality. It's just that the two of you are involved in something, whatever it was, which you say you've forgotten about. And when I'm saying involved in something, I'm not suggesting criminality, but you were involved in something, you were in constant contact with him, and that had nothing to do with him providing you with information relating to criminality.
I agree.
Like, for example, we are expecting cocaine coming from wherever, and let us get ready to intercept it. At least on the chats that you've been taken to, there is nothing resembling any of that. You accept so far. You are interacting constantly on whatever it is you are interacting about. You
Yes,
accept that? Yes.
I agree, Chair, that we were busy with something, but what, I'm not sure, I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then, in fact, at the last message, you say, are we meeting today? You say we need to work, responsibilities piling up, mark timing. So you are, in fact, looking to him for a further avenue or another avenue to earn income, because you're not going to be working for free. So whatever it is you're doing for him, you're expecting to get payment from him.
But I don't see anything that talks about that here.
No, I know, but you're not going to work for free. You say we need to work, responsibility piling up. Responsibility can only pile up if you need money. It's for money. That's your responsibility that you're referring to.
Let me say yes. Well, every man hustles.
Yes, I mean,
So-
it's logical.
Yes, every man hustles. But here, I don't remember what. But let me agree with you, yes.
So this would have been a side gig, something on the side that you were going to do with him.
Yes.
Okay. And so then you must know, have details about what it is that you intended to have on the side with him. What was it?
Well, most of the time, when Nku calls or called, he would need favors or he would need to meet with somebody or he will ask me, can you do this for me? I've got a problem. Do you know, let's say maybe, do you know Petros in Potchefstroom or something? I would say, I don't know. But here, I can see we were talking constantly, but honestly, I cannot remember exactly what we were talking about or what deals were we talking about here. Because I don't remember any dodgy deals with him.
Why do you assume that it would be dodgy deals? Why do you associate Nku with the dodgy deals?
No, because I would maybe assume that maybe the chats or the chats looks like there is something wrong that we are doing or there is dodgy businesses that we are dealing. Hence I'm saying, I don't know exactly here.
So you agree that is what it looks like when one reads these chats, that there is something untoward going on between the two of you?
It paints that picture.
Yes, it's a reasonable inference to make when one reads it.
It paints that picture.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. In one of the questions you asked, I wanted to follow up because you said it's a side gig, and Chief Mashaba agreed and said yes. So I just needed to know, what side gigs did you do with Nku in 2019?
Side hustle.
Yes, side hustle.
Seriously, well,
Let me tell you why I'm asking you this. When the question was put to you that it was a side hustle you and Nku were doing, you agreed. So my follow-up question is, what side hustles did you do with him in 2019? Let's limit it to that period.
well, to be honest with you, commissioners, Nku, maybe I didn't put it nice at the beginning. He would be very much helpful to me. He would help me, would assist me with a lot of things. So,
Financially?
Financially, yes. Not official.
Yes.
Not official. For an example, maybe let me say I'm renovating at home. I would maybe cry to him and say, hey, can you please assist? I'm lacking. Not necessarily that we were busy with some dealings. No, he would be helpful in that sense.
You would ask for money to buy material when you are renovating. Is that what you mean?
Either I would be buying material or I would be paying the guys
Or the people
the
doing
people, yes, Commissioner.
the work.
And what would you do for him in return?
For
What would be the quid pro quo? He gives you money, assists you financially, and what did you do for him in return?
Nothing, depending on what assistance will he be asking from me. I will then assist if I can.
So can we leave it here? Up to this point, I think we can now accept that he was not just a source. He was something more because he also assisted you financially.
I agree, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Nube.
Okay, and then on page 90, you had asked him on page 89, when are we meeting? He didn't respond on the 15th, so on page 90, on the 16th, you say, would prefer you tell me what's wrong, Mfethu, that just ignoring calls, that's not how we work. If it's a stop, please tell so. I can stop bothering by calling. I can't talk alone. So again, you're referencing that's not how we work. If it is a stop, please tell so I can stop bothering by calling. What were you referring to that you thought was being stopped here or he wanted to stop?
Mr. Nku, it's somebody who doesn't like the phone. Or somebody that travels a lot. You might call him and not get. You end up drawing a conclusion to say, maybe he's ignoring you. Not knowing maybe he was out of the country. It's a person, he's like that. Maybe, yeah.
No, but you are referring to him, you're saying to him, just ignoring calls, that's not how we work. If it's a stop, please tell, so I can stop bothering by calling. So a stop to what?
Like I'm saying, it would have been maybe the help that I asked, because I don't want to say now, I don't know. Because it also put me in a bad light to say I'm not useful to this commission.
You say he traveled a lot. Did he go to Brazil a lot, or did he ever go to Brazil as well?
I don't know exactly where he goes.
Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Before you come in, you see in that WhatsApp on page 90, you say that's not how we work. So you are working with him on something, and then you say, if it is a stop on whatever you're working with, that's how to read this paragraph. If it is a stop, please tell me so that I stop and I don't keep calling you. So you were working on something with him. This is not a case of him, it's about him giving you help, financial help about something. It has nothing to do with it. This is about something you're both working on, and then you say to him, if there is a stop to this work that we are doing together, let me know so that I can stop and then not call you. So you were working with Mr. Nku in 2019, April, on something. You must be able to remember it.
The interpretation might suggest we were doing something. But Mina, I know, commissioners, how I communicate at times. Every word has got more than one meaning. Everybody knows that. In 2019, I know it's not a work that most of the time, 2019, 2020, I know I was busy at home.
So the stop would be what? On that interpretation, and I don't agree with you that there's a question of interpretation. You use very clear words that it doesn't require interpretation, but working with what you're saying, if it was about you, something to do with your building at home, where you say, if it's a stop, please tell me so I can stop bothering you. If it's a stop, what stop could he tell you?
A
He's
stop.
not going to tell you to stop building at your house.
Yes.
So it cannot be about your building at your house.
Maybe let me say a stop to assist, because I'm saying I will stop calling or I will stop bothering you.
No, you're saying whatever we are working on, tell me if we are putting a stop to it. Then I will not call you. That's what this communicates. Whatever we are working on, tell me if we are stopping, and then I'll stop calling you. And what I'm putting to you is, it could not have been about renovating your house, because, and I would like to believe that Mr. Nku is not going to tell you to stop renovating your house. So this is not about renovating your house.
I don't recall what was that.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
And you see, when you look at, you then send that message, he doesn't respond, and that is sent on the 16th. On the 18th, you call. On the 8th, you call 1, 2, 3 times. Then on the 22nd, you send him a message saying, Tumza, something is not right. And then on the 22nd, you call again, on the and again on the 22nd. And then on the 24th, you say, when are you back? So it seems like you were trying to reach him and he wasn't really responding. You then say, Tumza, something is not right. So the fact that you're not able to get hold of him immediately after you send a message is something that's troubling you, which means that you were in regular contact with him and you must have been doing something with him that you felt that now I'm not getting anything back from you. Something is not right.
Like I said in the beginning, he doesn't like the phone. So when I say something is not right, I know he might have been out of the country. Hence, I ended up saying, if you are out, when are you back? I don't know whether I'm assisting.
No, it's fine. Go to page 91. He then says, I'm going to Singapore tomorrow, then I'll be back on Saturday, guaranteed. So then on page 92, on the 24th of April, you say to him, Aish, I'm broke, Tumza, financially embarrassed. Then you send messages, he's not responding to you. So on the 28th, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you tried to get hold of him. You were looking for money from him.
Yes.
And then on the 29th, you even say, please call or answer.
Yes, commissioners.
Chief, how is it okay, or why should we say or consider it okay and harmless that you are asking for and are receiving money from a person who you say is not your friend? And in other communication, we see that he's involved in arranging drug deliveries and drugs coming from, not your operation, but in other correspondence, we see that he's involved with getting drugs off a ship, being transported, having to be delivered somewhere to somebody who is not law enforcement. How should we look at a law enforcement officer like yourself being funded by a person like that? How is that not problematic?
Maybe I've put it wrong in the beginning, that our relationship was based on information. He tended to be, even now, we communicate, because now we tend to be My younger brother, I can say. Maybe I've put it wrong in the beginning.
Let me ask you this. You made witness statements to IPID, you made witness statements to the police after the July incident in Eroton. And in all those statements, you described Mr. Nku as an informant, as a source. Were you lying under oath? Because in all those affidavits, you didn't describe him as a friend, you didn't describe it as somebody who often gave you money when you were desperate for cash. So were you lying in all those affidavits when you said, he's just a source, he's just an informant?
I was not lying, commissioners. Maybe it's because we were talking about the Araton matter. That's why I said, let's say, commissioners, I know a person that I'm busy with our own things. But on this issue of 2021, I'm being asked, who is this person? How are you related to this person? On this one, the role he played is he gave me information. I was not lying under oath.
But do you accept that how IPID and other institutions would have dealt with the information would have been different if you said, this is a friend of mine who often gives me money. I have side hustles with him. He often gives me money to do renovations at my house. That's the person I got information from.
But for obvious reasons, commissioners, if you say that as a law enforcement official, you are saying I'm being funded.
But that is a fact. That is a fact. He was funding you.
But commissioners, I'll be answering something that I'm not asked.
Yeah. No, but your conduct is far more serious than that, because as a result of your complaint to IPID, police officers were investigated and they were charged. They were not dismissed, but some of them could have been dismissed. And it led to divisions within SAPs, where crime intelligence and ordinary SAPs and Hawks, what do we call them, DPCI now, were fighting. And the feedback from the NPA was that these are misunderstandings and fights between law enforcement. That's how they characterized all of this. And it starts with you giving information that is clearly false to IPID, because you were the main complainant in the IPID complaint. And IPID records what you gave as follows: I received information from a source. And that is different from saying I received information from a friend of mine who often gives me money, and that I have a side hustle that I'm running with. Not that it's unlawful, because we don't know what that side hustle was. But that is material information that you withheld from IPID, from the police.
So I would have caused a division within SAPs and crime intelligence.
That's what the complaint led to.
No, I don't agree, commissioners. The complaint, I was very angry about what happened on 2021. I still am, because that was a genuine operation.
And we will get into whether the operation was genuine or not. For present purposes, all I was confining myself to was you were not truthful in all those affidavits when you described Mr. Nku as a source. Because he was more than a source to you.
Well, he is more than a brother even now.
Yes. So you were not truthful in those affidavits in your description of your relationship with him.
For what? For the information that was needed for 2021. I am truthful.
No, you were not truthful in not disclosing the nature of what you say now in this last engagement was the true nature of your relationship. You were not truthful about it. Even when you started with us, you were not truthful. And you have said why. You say, I could not disclose it then. I couldn't say it then because then what would it look like that a police officer is being funded by somebody? You're correct. That's how it looks. And it's your reason for not being truthful about the nature of your relationship. And I agree with Commissioner Kumalo that had you disclosed the true nature of your relationship with the person that you say gave you the information, it would create a different way of looking and interrogating what was going on there in that operation. And you withheld that material information.
Commissioners, what we were doing or what I'm doing with Nku in him, maybe I would be saying if it is taken as a funding, it's unofficial. But on my official capacity and basis, I don't think I was lying. But other things, it's not only Nku that I know.
No, we know, we don't even need to get there. We know, or we can assume that it's not just him that you know. We are talking about your relationship with Nku. Let's not distract from that. You are funded. You've told us he funds your renovations. Here you say, I'm broke. Earlier we read something and you agreed it indicates you were receiving money from him to distribute to other people. So your relationship with him is not just an informer. You actually are working together. There's things that you're doing together and you call them a side hustle. So the truth of your relationship with Mr. Nku, you didn't disclose it in 2021. Before us here, it comes out, it changes. You started off, he's an informer, arm's length relationship, you've even an acquaintance. Eventually, you have to accept that on the documents before us, it does show that you are not being truthful about the nature of that relationship, and you concede that, well, we are friends. You end up saying that. And the point that is being made to you is, had you disclosed the nature, the true nature of your relationship with Mr. Nku, it may well have led to different lines of inquiry. And I want to suggest that you were aware of that. That's why you were not frank about the nature of the relationship. It's because you knew that it potentially opens lines of inquiry about what that operation was all about. And you were avoiding that line of inquiry. And in that way, you were being dishonest about the relationship with Nku. As you were, and I want to put it to you, as you have been with us. You may comment if you want to, Chief. Otherwise, Ms. Sigals, I'm back with you.
Thank you,
Well,
Commissioner.
Commissioners, I know, and I don't want to seem to be diverting. I know how honest I am. Together with the people that works with me, they know how honest and how I operate. On this one, I wouldn't say I have seen it, that it will come as I'm lying under oath on this one. I didn't see it, that it can be interpreted that way. And my humble apologies again that I gave a wrong picture about my relationship with Nku, because truth be told, something of 2019, I forgot about it. I never thought it will be dark until this deep. So humbly, I would agree, I didn't see it. It will be interpreted that way.
Thank you. Ms. Siggins?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief, do you recall how much you received from Mr. Nku into your the business bank account?
Honestly, I don't recall.
Okay. And you said that your relationship with Mr. Nku started in 2019.
Yes, Commissioners.
Can I just take you back to page 78 of the bundle? So your relationship starts in 2019, and by March, you already feel comfortable enough to ask him for money and send him your business details. Do you see that where you sent the business F&B details?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay, so that's in March, end of March. And you say you don't recall it, it was 20,000 Rand. Does that figure sound right? That it was 20,000 Rand?
If it was 20,000 Rand, I recall that I was busy at home. He was assisting.
Okay. So he gave you 20,000 Rand in March, and your relationship started earlier that year, at least 3 or maximum 3 months earlier.
I know it's 2019,
Yes.
but when exactly, I can't say. The beginning of the year or...
Yeah, I'm giving you the benefit that it started in January of 2019 to make it a bit longer. It could have been later, but my point is by March 2019, you feel comfortable enough to give this person your business details. He's comfortable enough in the relationship to give you 20,000 Rand. And this is somebody that you just met that year. That's what you're saying.
Yes, Commissioners.
And you did nothing for him to get that 20,000 Rand?
No, nothing.
Okay. And then there was another amount in May of 2019. Are you aware of that? Do you recall that?
In May.
Did you say you recall it?
No.
Okay. I'll get to it. It was May 2019, but I'll get to that one. And that was for 10,000 Rand. Can we go to page 92 again, back to page 92? I had already dealt with that where you had said to him that you're broke, you're financially embarrassed, and then there's a series of calls or attempts for you to get hold of him. And on page 93, on the 29th of April, at 8:02 a.m., he says to you, let's meet 7 p.m. I'm in a meeting with the SG. Do you know which SG he was referring to here?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And you say, where are we, I'm assuming you mean where are we going to meet? He says anywhere in the south, and that's early in the morning. You give a thumbs up and you say call after meeting then, and you don't get a response from him at 6 o'clock in the evening. When you are at home, you say, I'm home waiting. And it doesn't seem like, I don't know if you called him, did you meet up with him, do you recall?
No, I don't recall, commissioners.
Okay, you then send a message to him on the 2nd of May saying to me, I guess it is clear we leave these things. Do you recall what things you were going to leave now with him?
I don't recall, commissioners.
Go to the next page because it seems to involve other people as well. You say you're not communicating and my people awaits response from me that I don't know. Who are your people?
Uh, I hate to keep on saying I don't recall, I don't know, but honestly, it can ring the bell. I don't know.
Chief Mashaba,
Chair.
it does not look like this related to several matters or several issues. This must have been one theme. That's the distinct impression I'm getting. For you to say that you've forgotten every and anything about this, let me tell you that to me, it looks like you are feigning this forgetfulness. Your comment?
It will look like, commissioners, hence I'm saying, in 2019, honestly, I don't remember what were we busy with. All I know or can recall is that I was busy fixing at home. And other than that, I know there was no other businesses or side dealings with Nku.
Are you suggesting by saying that that everything relating to these texts was about you renovating? Is that what you are suggesting?
That is the only thing that I remember I was busy with in 2019.
But it could not have related to renovating. What was this about? Your people. You've already been asked that before. And that was not about money. It was from me that I don't know. If you were talking about money, you would have said, so that I should know by when I may pay them. So this was not about money. You were involved in something else.
I'm even afraid to say I don't know again.
You
Because
do know.
genuinely-
You do know. That is why I'm saying you are feigning this forgetfulness. You do know.
Honestly, commissioners, if I knew, I was not going to deny. I can promise you, I was not going to deny. I don't remember who or what was this all about.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just check one thing? Chief, did you travel overseas in 2019?
I've never traveled overseas.
All right, thank you.
Okay, may I continue? Okay, we're still on page 94. You then say to him, you real not playing open and tiding me. Why don't you say what's happening, Tumza? And then you say, where did I go wrong? So clearly there must have been something that was going on between the two of you. where you feel that his lack of communication is an indication that you were doing something wrong or you went wrong or didn't bring your end of the bargain? Do you not recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Can we go to page 95? You say to him on the 5th of May, you must be happy that the rally is over. Surely you remember which rally?
On
The 5th of May, 2019. You say to him, you must be happy the rally is over, and your next message, distraction is now over. Do you see that?
the rally.
Yes. So he must have communicated to you that he was being distracted by a rally.
I know Tumelo is an ANC person. Obviously, if he's talking the rally, maybe he's talking ANC issues.
Yeah, elections, 2019, May 2019.
I just know that the rally is an ANC person.
Okay.
No, it's you. You are saying if he is talking rally, then he must be talking about ANC, the ANC. It's you saying this, not him. You are saying you must be happy the rally is over. So it's you talking about that. So you've basically not responded to the question by Ms. Seegers. Perhaps please repeat your question, yes.
You the one that says to him, you must be happy the rally is over. So he told you he was at the rally, so you know what rally he's referring to.
2019.
Yes, May 2019.
You even say in the very next chat, the distraction is now over. So obviously you were aware of what rally he was talking about, or rather what rally you were talking about, and which would have been distracting him.
Like I'm saying, 2019. Like I'm saying, I know if it's something to do with rallies, it's ANC things. So I can't remember 2019 what was happening or what was the rally all about, or which rally was this.
Okay. See, you then send a message on the 6th because he's not responding. Please talk to me. You're stressing me seriously. I don't want, and I think you meant unfinished businesses because you say unfinished later. And then you say, please just tell me what's happening. At least let me know. So he is a significant figure in your life at this point because nobody sends such a distressing message to somebody that's a mere acquaintance. You're either very reliant on him for finances or for something else. So what was going on?
Well, I know business will mean anything that has to do with money or finances.
Yes.
I know for the fact. But then, it's difficult.
Well, you have
it's really-
unfinished business with him because you say, I don't want unfinished business. So you do have business with him. So you're saying to him, please just let me know what's happening. At least let me know. If we're done, then we're done. It's not coming from his side, it's coming from you. You are the one that is reaching out to him all the time. You are the one that's desperate to make contact with him. So why? If you are giving him, so you're giving him nothing in return, but you want to know what you've done wrong. That's what you're telling us. You're saying to us, he kept giving me money and I did nothing for him in return. So why would there be anything wrong from your side? What could you do wrong if there was nothing expected from you?
Like I'm saying, Mr. Nku, what's the problem about him? It's him not answering. But then, to get his attention, I would maybe write something that might maybe make him call me first. But that does not necessarily mean we were in any business dealing here.
No, it must mean, because you're actually saying unfinished business. I don't want to have any unfinished business. So you have business with him.
It's a difficult one.
It's a difficult one because you don't want to tell us what it was, or it's a difficult one, why?
It's a difficult one because I even hate now to say I don't remember. I don't recall.
Where did you understand him to be getting his money from? The very fact that he could have given you 20,000 rand, where did you understand him to be getting his money from?
I just know him as a businessman. He is in business with Coca-Cola. Yeah, that's what I know of. What he's doing in Coca-Cola, I cannot tell.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you,
Gelzube.
Chair. Okay, can we go to page 96? He then responds on page 95. You'll see on the 14th of May. He says, "Afternoon, Abuti. Apologies. You will understand the dynamics of everything when we meet. I couldn't respond nor meet you at the time. I'm done with my tasks. I'm just awaiting clearance. Please tell me you remember what he was referring to here. He's done with his tasks and he's awaiting clearance. Clearance for what?
I don't know, will I be safe to say what was happening in 2019? I will be asked each and every one, sentence by sentence. Honestly, 2019, I don't know what were we busy with. And I want to be honest with the commission. I don't recall.
But
Not that I'm playing with the commission.
You do remember that you were renovating that time, though?
That's the only thing that I remember.
Okay. Go to page 97. On the 21st of May, you say we must meet Tumza. Why? Why is it a must? You are the one that's reaching out to him. We must meet. Why must you meet with him?
Let me ask to go back, please, and please hold your thought on,
Yes,
on where you are. Page 96, after asking when do you meet and there's no response, then you say, that's the third chat from you, third chat. You say, Fem iwile na. Has the firm gone under? Is that a correct translation? Firm iwile na.
Yes, Femi Wilena.
That's you asking him. And then you say, Mara, why and why usabu wimfetu? So basically, if the firm has gone under, why aren't you saying anything about that? Am I interpreting this correctly?
You are interpreting it correct, Commissioner.
And I already know you will say you do not know what that was about. Or do you just surprise me and say, at least this one you do recall, and then tell me what it was about?
It frustrates. It really frustrates because I really want to.
What firm were you talking about? And what was its relevance in your chats?
It can be our friendship. that I'm talking about here. Because, and I want to say to the commission, if really something happened in 2019, I was gonna quickly, rather than what I've mentioned, I was gonna quickly remember.
You see, from it's March, I think the first church you've been referred to. We are now in May. And I don't think that this is a whole lot of themes that you and Mr. Nku are engaging on. It doesn't matter that it was 2019. You couldn't have forgotten one or two themes that the two of you were engaging about. You couldn't. You are simply not being truthful in this regard. I cannot but make that suggestion to you.
Honestly speaking, Chair.
No, you are not.
Honestly.
You are not being honest, Chief Mashaba. You are not. You are not. You are adopting that stance because you know that this trail of emails brings you so close to Mr. Nku in ways that have nothing to do with what you have been telling us about, but more about your involvement in this drug bust. I take it, Ms. Lee Seagulls, it will still, through these chats, take you to a point where that becomes even clearer. Your involvement with Mr. Nku had nothing to do with him being your informer, and that your involvement on the 9th of July, 2021, had nothing to do with him being your informer. You want to comment? Of course, we are still going to go through these chats. Do you want to comment on what I've just said?
My involvement with him on the 9th had everything to do with the drug bust.
And I started, and I started by saying, surely, if from March to May, you appear not to have been engaging on several or numerous themes, but at best for you, maybe two at the most, there is no way you would have forgotten what you were engaging on.
But honestly speaking, commissioners, 7 years ago, it's a long time for me to can easily remember what was actually happening.
You see, I would understand you. I'm actually very forgetful. But forgetful as I am, if there was only one thing that I was engaging with a particular person on, that fact, the fact of the engagement, the nature of the engagement, I would remember. What I would not remember perhaps would be blow-by-blow accounts of our interactions. That's totally different. What you are telling us is that you don't even remember the nature of those engagements. Surely you are not being truthful. You are simply not being truthful.
Commissioners, I just don't know how to put it, but I'm saying if these chats will lead us to something that will be proven to me, not that I'm in defense, something that will be proven to me that you've been denying, this is what you've been doing.
You are not not even denying thus far. All you are telling us, response after response, is I have forgotten. I have no recollection.
And I'm being honest, commissioners, I totally forgot. until you get to exactly reminding me, okay, you've been saying you don't forget, you don't remember. I want to put it to you, this is what you've done in 2019, finally.
Yes, Mr. Galsumbe.
Thank you, Chair. Back to page 97. You say you don't recall why you had to meet with Tumza. At the bottom, on the 21st of May, he says, I've just done with my meeting. I'm going to spend the day in Lutuli. Will be available anytime from 6 p.m. So, Lutuli, what is that in reference to?
Lituli's ANC house.
Okay. And then you say to him, honor it, please. So he must please honor the meeting. On the next page, page 98. Now, I want to skip a few pages and go to page 100. It's on the 22nd of May. There's a photo that he sends to you at 8:37 p.m. with the name Kensani. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you say, get and send more details. You then also say, Hola, bring more, maybe surname and shift times so we can quickly visit. Do you recall what this was about?
Kensan.
To try and help you jog your memory, it starts at page 98, where you say, just waiting for you, Tumza. At page 98, you say, just waiting for you, Tumza. This is on the 22nd of May at 4:18 in the afternoon. And then he, at 8:37 that evening, he sends you this picture in response to you saying, waiting for you. He sends you the picture, he gives you a name, you ask for more details. You said, get and send more details. That's at page 100. And then, as Ms. Sigals has read for you, bring more, maybe surname and shift times so we can quickly visit. That's you saying. And then he says, I'm waiting. I'll get by 9:30. You do thumbs up. And then you say, Bo Peter can't wait. And then you have a laughing emoji. He apologizes for the delay and says, my guy is still at the mosque. Sorry, boss, he's working in the morning shift. If they go, it must be around 6 p.m. this evening. And then he gives you Emirates and counter number 50 to 58. He says, that's from my guy. Remember the last thing you did, you asked for details.
Yes, commissioners.
So he gives you Emirates and a counter number, and then you say, okay, at the bottom of 101. And then you say next Tumza at 102, and then you send a picture of the airport, the check-in counters, which 3 of them appears from the color to be Emirates. And then you write, you say, here now. So you've got that sequence. Remember you started off by saying, so we can go and visit in the morning. Shift times, give me shift times, you said, remember. So we can quickly visit. That's what you said after he sent you the picture. And then he comes back. He does give you time. He says, guy is working in the morning shift. If they got it, it must be around 6 p.m. this evening. So he's given you shift times of Kensani that you asked for. And then he gives you the details. It's Emirates. He gives you counter numbers. And then he sends you a picture. So you must know what this is about. It's not every day you and even in 2019, that you and Mr. Ngu were discussing Emirates flights and counters and people who work shifts that you were going to visit. You have to remember. You must remember what this was about.
On this one, commissioners, I remember just a little bit. on this one.
All right, let's
And
try.
then it goes back to my communication with Mashiko. On this one, I now remember when you're saying to me, Kensan. On this one, Nku had a problem that somebody I can't remember if it was gold or either gold or platinum. Nku needed help. I remember now when you're talking Kensani. Nku needed help to say, do you know Hausa and these other guys? Because there is that thing, I can't remember is it gold or platinum. They stole it from the airport. I said, I don't know, but I can find out who those guys are. Because I know that name. It's in our circle of friends or something like that. I know, Nku needed assistance that, can you please get me Hausa's number so that I meet with him? I tell him what or can he assist to recover that thing that belongs to somebody that Nku knows. That's when I got to look for Hausa and the other two guys. It's only now that we're talking Kensan that I remember. That is the reason why I met Mashiko. I wanted Mashiko to assist Nku about maybe recovering whatever that was lost at the airport, because they were working there, or they still working there. I don't know.
Okay, look at the entry on 103 where it speaks about a previous event on the 5th of May. This is what he sends to you. Because you say get a surname, he says on it, and then he says on the 5th of May on the night flight at 22:20 p.m., 150k USD was stolen from a client's bag. Ayanda checked him in the passenger's name, it gives the name, and also 4 million in cash rands was also stolen from 2 bags from another passenger.
Sorry, which one? Number
103.
103. Yes.
He's referring to an incident that occurred on the 5th of May. He's sending that to you. What do you know about that, about Ayanda being the person that checked in the passenger, 150k USD and 4 million in cash was stolen?
Now I remember. It was the dollars that got lost or stolen at the airport. That's how he requested me to assist and get the 3 guys, because they're working at the airport. This is the assistance he needed from me.
The check-in guys at the
No.
Emirates counter.
No, the details he was giving me here was for me to give to the policemen that are working at the airport. You see, I can't even remember what was it. I'm saying gold or something. I remember it was, yes, money stolen from the airport.
Yes.
Of somebody that Nku knows.
But Kensani is somebody that works at the Emirates check-in counter. Where does Kensani?
I am not so sure, but Kensani is somebody that was maybe assisting Nku. For sure, Kensani is not police.
Okay, if you go to the next page, it says, when you grab him, ask him about Ayanda. They work together on this. He's referring to Kensani. When you grab him, ask him about Ayanda. They work together on this. So the previous message is telling you that Ayanda was the person that checked in a passenger on the 5th of May and money was stolen. And then the other one, he gave you Kensani's details, which led you to the airport, to Emirates counter 50 to 58.
Then it would mean those things were stolen by Kensani.
Okay, so...
That's why, sorry.
No, go ahead, that's why.
That's why he sent me the picture for Mashihu and the guys to find out about this Kensan.
No, it's not for Mashiko and the other one to find out about Kensani, because you actually do go to the airport. You do. If you look at page, after he's given you Kensani's picture, at page 102, you say at 7:22 on the 23rd, you say here now, and then at in the next 8 seconds, you send him a pin location which places you, yes, this thing is cut up, but it places you at OR Tambo. So it wasn't to give to others. It was in fact for you to go and find Kensani. That's why you speak about grab him.
I'm sorry,
okay, let's do this slowly. Remember at 100, you've got the picture of Kensani and you ask for details. And then at the bottom of that page 100, you say, Hola, bring more, maybe surname and shift times so we can quickly visit. So on this message, you are going to visit once you get the shift times. 100, page 100 at the bottom. Bottom of page 100, you say, bring more, maybe surname and shift times so we can quickly visit. That's you saying. And then at page 101, he's the one that gives you Emirates, counter 50 to 58. Can you see where I'm reading towards the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, so he gives you the details. And then, in fact, before that, just above that, he says, sorry, boss, guy is working in the morning shift. If they got, it must be around 5, 6 p.m. this evening. That's Mr. Nku to you at 8:33 in the morning, 8:33:10. And then you respond. Rather, he sends another message immediately after. He says, Emirates, counter 50 to 58. So he's telling you, that's the only way of reading this. He's telling you where to find Kensani. He works the day shift and they must go and grab him in the evening. And then you say, at the bottom of that 101 page, you say, okay. Next page, you send him the picture of check-in counters.
Yes, Commissioner.
You see that. And then you say, that's at 7:22:25. And then at 7:22:30, you say, here now. And at 7:22:38, you send him a pin location.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, and then you say, get a surname. And what I'm saying to you is you actually went to the airport yourself. You were not forwarding this information that Mr. Nku gives you. You were not forwarding it to Gauza, or even if you forwarded it to Gauza, you actually went to the airport yourself.
I agree, I went.
Yes.
But not accompanying Gauza and them.
Yes.
Yes, I went.
Okay.
Just to take you back, just to take you back to page 63, this is another incident where you are at the OR Tambo airport and you're asking for details of the baggage guy. And you place yourself there because you say in the third last chat, I'm on the ground now. Are you on page 63?
Yes, Commissioners.
Do you see that?
Which one exactly?
The third last chat, so third from the bottom?
We're on the ground now.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
So you are referring to yourself and Hausa and other people, because what then follows on page 64 is that you had a meeting with Hausa and them. So there must have been an incident in February of 2019 when you were at the OR Tambo International Airport and you asked for details of one of the baggage guys, and those details were provided to you by Mr. Nku.
Yes, what's the question, Commissioner?
What were you doing with Mr. Nku at OR Tambo International Airport that required that you get details of the baggage guys?
I think I was maybe introducing him to Hausa and them.
For what purpose?
For him, because he needed assistance. There's dollars that got stolen at the airport.
No, but that's the May incident. This is a different incident in February. Do they get stolen twice?
That is the only thing that I could remember when you mentioned Kensan. But for this one, I'll be lying.
Does this not have to do with the stolen gold or platinum? Because if you read the earlier chat, this is the chat we went through earlier where you said you will bring back Nku's dignity to his bosses. Is that why you then involved these 4 people? Because you guys are trying to recover whatever that was stolen?
I think so. Yes, Commissioner.
And
So you basically put up a team to go and recover stolen gold or stolen platinum on behalf of Nku's bosses?
I don't put up a team. I ask if they can assist.
Yes, it's the same thing. If you ask them to assist, it means you're putting a team together. And the idea was what? That you will go recover the stolen gold or stolen platinum on behalf of Nku's bosses.
They will go because they work there. I don't work there, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
but on page 64, the message there is, are you still on page 64? After you speak about the meeting that you had and meeting the guys for the inquiry, there's the fourth message from you. And my team is now complaining a bit. Please top up if you can. I'm winning, trust me. You're winning the team's trust in this operation that he must top you up with money.
My team is complaining.
Yes.
Not. I know that the top up will be or would mean money.
Yes. So your team was successful because there's going to be an inquiry lodged, and now you're saying, but they're complaining because either he's not paying you at all or he's not paying enough, and you're asking for a top up. And you say, I'm winning their trust, so give something to maintain their trust, because if you don't pay, then they're not going to trust me to deliver on these kind of jobs.
It means I meant money here.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes, and your team.
And
your team.
yes.
And who was your team?
Hausa and them.
And sorry to interrupt, Advocate Ngube. I think earlier when we engaged you, we may have misinterpreted chat number 3, because when we first looked at it, we assumed that it meant one of the guys was missing. Do you see the chat that says Exeti Rashot Amfetu? We must go to Guyana. Remember we talked about that chat earlier.
Yes.
Reading it again now, it looks like you were talking about money and you needed money to be topped up because what was made available for the team was not sufficient.
No, and I can tell you for sure that all this, now that I remember what you're talking about when we're talking this, it never materialized.
No,
That
we're
is
not
why-
there yet. We're not on whether you went to Guyana or not. We're still dealing with, there was a team that was put together, and you do say that my team, which means it's a team that you put together, is complaining a bit. Please top up. And I think you've admitted that topping up refers to money. Now I'm taking you to the chat before that. It says, Rashot Amfetu, meaning the money is not enough. So when you read them together, what they basically mean is the team is here, but the money that has been given is not enough, and Nku must top it up so that the team can proceed to do whatever work that they were supposed to do.
No, I know for a fact, commissioners, nothing was given from Nku. The top-up would mean, or here means, Bashota.
No, but
Not-
Rashota and Bashota are two different things.
I'm
Rashota
not-
means you are short of cash. It's not enough.
I'm not excluding myself because I can see here is Rashota. Rashota means I was there, but because it never materialized, that is why I could not remember exactly what was happening. Because it went nowhere, this thing.
But surely what you are saying, look at the next chat. Please top up. That must be about money. It just must be. Rashota, please top up. It's about money.
Okay, I agree.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
But also, what team would you have been talking about? You're surely not speaking about your subordinates in the traffic department. What team were you speaking about?
The very same ones on top. The three guys on top.
Mashiko, Twala, and Vinjela 50.
Yes.
So you were arranging for police officers to be paid by Mr. Nku. When you say, please top up, you've accepted it's cash. So you are asking Mr. Nku you've constituted a team of the three, and they're all police officers. You're arranging with Mr. Nku to pay them.
Well, obviously, commissioners, if you are asking a favor from people, they would always tell you how they work, and they would maybe demand.
So you have a team, you constitute, because you refer to them as my team, you constitute a team of police officers to do a favor for Mr. Nku, who will then pay them. It only makes sense if these police officers were not executing their duties, they were working outside of their duties for Mr. Nku, who pays them. It only makes sense if that was what was happening here. Is that what was happening?
Yes, commissioners.
Okay, so you organized SAPS members to provide services at a fee to a civilian outside of their duties. Thank you. And you say when you organize these three, that you are now arranging for payment from Mr. Nku, you say what were they doing? What were they doing for Mr. Nku? Remember, this is still in February.
That's why I'm mixing the two. It's the dollars and the gold
Okay.
that was stolen from the airport.
So that must be the gold if it was one of the two, because we know the rands, the 4 million rand, and the dollars, $150,000, that is in May. It's in a May trip, and this conversation is in February. So this must be the gold.
I know I was in contact with the guys for those two things only.
And you say this team that you constituted, they were doing what? They were trying to find the gold for Mr. Nku or whoever else he was assisting.
Yes, they were trying to get it, to recover it.
Isn't that typically police job, typically police job where a complaint is laid with the police that something has been stolen from me, and Mashiko, Mosa, Twala, and Vinjelwa would do it in the normal course of their functions.
They are policemen.
Yeah, but you've just said they were not doing this in the course of their employment. It was a side hustle that they were doing for Mr. Nku. So they were not acting as police officers here. They were acting as a private army or private team, which is paid, which is hired and paid by Mr. Nku.
Side hustle, commissioners, I spoke about side hustle somewhere. I said I approached these guys because they work there. How are they going to recover it? They the only ones that knows.
Yes.
Yes, either they will officialize it. I cannot dictate to them do it official or unofficial. I cannot.
No, but you know they are not doing it official. That's why you're arranging for money for them. You know it's not official. If it were official, you would know that they will be paid their salaries. They don't get any more than that. And if there are bonuses, they will get bonuses. I don't know how the police work in respect of that. But you would know if it was official that they would be paid in the normal course. Here, you've arranged them and you're arranging for payment. In fact, you're asking for top-up, so it indicates they were already receiving payment. And what I'm putting to you is, in fact, I think you accept it was a side hustle. And what I'm putting to you is, but here you are about an alleged complaint of loss of gold. And what you do is you organize a team of police officers to do the work for a private citizen and then to be paid by the private citizen, when in fact all of that is supposed to be normal police duty. And here you are coming up with a scheme where police officers who are paid by the public, who are employed as such, to do exactly that. You organize them to work for a private citizen at a fee. That breaks the law, it seems to me, on every level that you can imagine. All of you have broken the law. If you say, which is what you say, if you say that's what happened, then all four of you should be prosecuted, honestly. You've broken the law. You break the law. You use police officers to engage in private business that is paid for by a citizen or a member of the public. Surely you must accept, even if you say, at that time I didn't think about it that way, but sitting there, you have to accept it is wrong on all levels that you can think about. Plus, you are using their position at the airport. You say from their position, they would know what to do. So you're quite conscious that you are getting police officers to use their positions and power that they get out of the law by virtue of employment, nothing more, by virtue of employment, to use those positions to serve the interest of Mr. Nku, who pays them, but who's also your funder. It's just wrong in every way you look at it. and it's liable to criminal prosecution are put to you. And comment, Chief, if you want to. I don't know what you would say, but I'm putting to you what this is. It's just plain criminal conduct.
No comment, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief, can we then continue from page 104, which is still the incident of Kensani that we were dealing with. At the top, Mr. Nku says to you, when you grab him, referring to Kensani, ask him about Ayanda, which we dealt with from the 5th of May. They work together on this. And then you say, that's nice, grabbing him will work. And then you say they didn't give either cell phone number or surname, we can get all we want. What were you referring to there? We can get all we want. Were you looking for more details? What was it?
I think I was looking for details.
Okay. He then says, I am on it, you give thumbs up, and then he sends you the Emirates flight number. You say thumbs up. He sends you a number saying that it's Kensani's number. And then on the next page, he says, you then say, Tumza, I'm stuck. This is now at 6:52 a.m. on the 24th. You say, Tumza, 6:35 p.m. later that day. You say, Tumza, I'm stuck. So you were successful. Were you successful in grabbing Kensani?
Like I'm saying, none of this materialized. So we were not successful.
So why did Mr. Nku then send you 10,000 Rand on the 25th of May?
Clearly, it was not for this. It was for something else. Not for this, because this, I never entertain it anymore for what he was sending me. Therefore, I don't remember what was that for. But it's not like for something that I did for him.
So it's coincidental that you go to the airport when he tells you to go and grab someone. We don't know if you were successful. You say you weren't successful, but you don't remember much of anything. So we're not sure if maybe your memory is correct that you weren't successful here. And then he pays you 10,000 Rand. Immediately thereafter, the next day, on the 25th of May, you receive 10,000 Rand from him.
I would say because of our relationship, maybe for trying to assist him, that's what he did.
Okay, go to page 107.
Before you do that, Chief, you in your statement at paragraph 2, you say you were politically and forcefully removed and arrested and detained in 2018, and then you were suspended. When were you reinstated? You don't give us dates.
2018.
Sorry?
2018.
You were reinstated in 2018.
I know I was locked up 2018.
Yeah. No, what I'm asking is, you were then also suspended. You do say in your paragraph that you were arrested and then the matter was not placed on the roll. You say that. And you were then released the following day, the very next day. So I'm asking about the suspension. You say I was then suspended. And then you say, upon my reinstatement, I was transferred to Vereeniging Regional Office as head of service and region. So my question is, the suspension, when was it lifted? I may have forgotten, you might have said it somewhere, but I may have forgotten. After your suspension in 2018, when is it uplifted that you return to work?
It normally takes, I can't remember, is it 60 or 90 days?
Oh, yes, you did say
Yes.
nothing came out of it. So the time lapsed and you went back to work.
Yes, and within that period, you must be taken for a hearing.
A DC.
So
yes.
that did not happen.
Okay.
That's how I was reinstated.
Okay, and you went back to work.
Yes, commissioners.
Okay, let me ask my question anyway. So in 2019, you are the head of service point in Vereeniging Regional Office. That's in 2018 when you go back to work after the lifting of your suspension.
2018, 2019, somewhere.
Okay, I think what I'm wanting to verify is that in 2019, you are the head of service point, Vereeniging, in 2019.
Yes, commissioners.
Okay, so these events that we are discussing in 2019, you are Vereeniging Regional Office, head of service. That's your position at that point.
Not head of subs.
No, I'm saying Vereeniging Regional Office, head of the service point. Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Yes, commissioner.
That's in 2019. Why are you in an operation in OR Tambo then? Explain in 2019.
Like I said, in the province, we don't have jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's not a road, unless you say OR Tambo is defined as a road. And I'm not in a position to argue with you about it because I've never thought of it as a road, and so I wouldn't know how to dispute it until I've looked it up. So my question comes from the assumption that OR Tambo is not one of the roads that you can do operations on. This is, so my question of why are you in an operation at OR Tambo, but also maybe let me add to it, just in case you say it's a road, let me add to it, that what you're doing there, what puts you at OR Tambo is not a crime in progress, like you explained earlier, that you are a law enforcement officer. If a crime happens within where you can see it, you must act, or you're expected to act, and you have the right to, the power to act. This investigation about whether it is about gold, following up on stolen gold, or about dollars in May, all of which is in 2019. It's not your hot pursuit case, right? This stuff that has happened already historically, and you're following up on suspects. Why is that? How are you involved with this operation?
OR Tambo is the airport.
Yes. You have jurisdiction over that. You have powers there.
Which powers, commissioners?
As a traffic officer.
Obviously, I did not get into the airport and dig into what was happening.
Yeah.
Because I found the guys that are working there. I went with Tumelo to introduce to them. That necessarily does not mean I went inside airport, in airport. No, but airport still, because it's Gauteng, still, we do work at the airport.
Yeah, no,
And-
sorry, finish, sorry.
We do work at the airport, depending on What is the operation?
Yes. Well, as a infrequent, I must qualify it, user of the airport, I know that I do see traffic officers giving people tickets. So,
But that's not inside the terminal
Yes.
building. I know where traffic officers like to park and stop people. It's usually as you turn to go straight towards the terminal building. Traffic officers like to stop there. That's not inside the terminal building.
question is, you have an operation which we have established. It's not an official police operation because these three people who are your team that are paid by Nku, they are not in a police operation to follow up on this. You've accepted that. So we know that whatever's going on there, they are not doing official police functions. We know that. The question is, you are part of it. That's why you're at the airport. In fact, Mr. Nku says, you tell Mr. Nku, we'll go and arrest, we'll grab him. So you make yourself part of that operation of grabbing him, whoever him is, Kensani or whoever. So my question is, you are at that time in 2019, the head of Service Point, Vereeniging region. You are in OR Tambo, you are going to effect an arrest. You are part of a group of people that are doing unofficial SAPS business, and therefore you must also be doing unofficial traffic department business. All of you paid by Mr. Nku. I'm asking, why are you part of this operation, you? Why are you participating in the arrest, possible arrest? You say it didn't succeed. Why are you participating in the planned arrest of someone who is associated or that you are following up in respect of theft of somebody's gold? And you are a traffic officer who is based in the southern, in the Service Point office in Vereeniging. Why are you part of an operation to arrest a person in OR Tambo? That is not traffic officer duty to arrest this particular suspect if you found him. It's not traffic officer duty. So why are you there?
I did not participate in that operation. I was at the airport trying to assist Nku and introduce the guys to Nku. It doesn't mean I went inside the airport or I was part of the operation.
But you understand my difficulty that you, in your WhatsApp message to Nku, you say we will grab him, we'll go and grab him, and then Nku tells you when you grab him, he must take you to Ayanda or something like that. So you're associating yourself with a team that is making the arrest. So my question remains valid, or still stands, but why are you part of even the planning, let me say, of the planning to go and effect an arrest when you are a traffic officer, has no business in the arrest of people or in an operation to arrest anybody where it's not a hot pursuit case and it's not on a road? That's my question, really.
Commissioners, it doesn't mean because I said we are going to grab means necessarily that I know with the WhatsApp it would mean I was part of the team. But because I'm at the airport, maybe that's what I meant, that it is going to happen, I'm also here around. Not necessarily that I'm part of that operation, I'm part of the grabbing.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thanks.
Thank you. We're still on 107. As I indicated, you received payment on the 25th of May. So if we look at the message where you've got the thumbs up and the thank you, the grateful hands, you say, please inform after doing it, Tumza, my notification is giving problems. That's still on the 24th. And then also still on the 24th, Nux Mfetu. On the 25th is when you receive payment. Then on the 29th of May, you say, Tumza, I see Didi is back. Let's move on our issues. Who's Didi?
Didi is Tumsa's uncle.
Whose uncle?
Tumelo's uncle.
And who is he?
He passed away.
Can you give me his name?
Kebi Mapatu.
Is that the name?
Yes.
And what were you meaning by he's back?
Just before that, why do you call him DD? Isn't DD supposed to be initials of a person?
Like I said, commissioners, when Mku calls me or calls somebody boss, I automatically call boss. As to who he means, I don't know.
Is it?
But this is you writing here. This is not Ngu. Sorry, Advocate Nube. This is you saying, I see Didi is back.
Yes, commissioners.
So what is the name of this person that you call Didi, and why do you call them Didi?
He calls Kebi Mapatu Didi.
But why is that not KM? Why is it Didi?
That I'm not sure. And let me maybe not answer for Nku.
No, but
Maybe
you
he knows.
You saying Didi. So you know the person as Didi.
Yes,
Okay.
because he calls him Didi.
Okay. And this is in May 2019.
Yes, commissioners.
Is Didi not former Deputy President Didi Mabuza, who was reappointed in May 2019 as the Deputy President?
Didi would mean...
Sorry, can you please clarify the reappointment?
Yes. When President Ramaphosa was appointed in his full appointment after the general elections in May 2019, he appointed Didi Mabuza as his Deputy President. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
Are you not referring to that Didi?
No.
Okay.
I think in fairness to you, let's put this to you, that the person widely referred to as DD was the late Deputy President Mabuza. Your explanation your explanation why you say DD here was the uncle Kebi Mapatu is simply not, it doesn't add up, it's not satisfactory. And I want to suggest to you that you're not being honest in saying Didi is Kebi Mapatu. I want to suggest you're not being honest. In all your exchanges here, Mr. Nku does not make any reference whatsoever to an Uncle Didi. There is the coincidence that, as Ms. Segal says to you, that in this period, Deputy President Mabuza had just been reappointed, if that is the correct word, reappointed or re-elected Deputy President. And you're saying this is a reference to Mr. Mapatu. It's improbable. I want to suggest to you.
If it was Didi Mabuza, I was gonna say, I mean, why do I have to lie if it's Didi Mabuza? Plus, he is no more. What will be my reason to say?
Well, Mr. Mapatsu, as far as I remember, is also no more. But in that sense, I'll suggest to you why you would, the motive, or why you would not want to be honest about it, is because you would then have to account for what does moving on our issues have to do with DD, with Deputy President Mabuza. You would have to answer that question, and I suspect you find it more difficult to answer that than to say this was a reference to Mapatswe, to the late Mr. Mapatswe.
Please comment.
No comment.
And what had Mr. Kirby Mopatswe returned to?
What was?
What had he returned to, Mr. Kirby Mopatswe? You see that I see Didi is back. What was he back to? What had he returned to?
No, I think Kevin Mapato was out of the country. So I was saying to Mr. Nku, I see he is back. So let's move on our issues. As to what was the issues then, I don't remember.
And where had you seen that? Where had you seen that he was back? It was quite easy to know that the late Deputy President was back to his position because that would have been public knowledge. So you would know that he was back. And how would you have known that Mr. Kebe Mapaswa is back? You say, I see. You are not saying
Obviously,
Mr. Nku has told you.
Obviously, I would be seeing him on TV.
He can be on TV even if he's abroad. He can be on TV even if he's abroad.
No, I can't be saying he's back while I'm seeing him abroad on TV. He must have been landed in our country.
No. You can see him on your TV screen even if he is abroad. That is what I mean. So it cannot be an answer that it was because you saw him on TV. That doesn't necessarily tell you that he's back. We see people who are in Russia, who are in Kenya, who are in Nigeria. We see them on TV screens. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are in South Africa.
But I'd be saying he is back where? I'm saying he's back in the country.
I should be the one putting questions to you. And I started this by saying to you that it makes more sense that perhaps it was a late Deputy President because you would have seen that he was back to his position as the Deputy President of the country, not of the party. You would have seen that because it would have been public knowledge. So it makes sense for you to say, I see that he is back. But with Mr. Kirby Mapatso, it's not necessarily the same, and that is why I was asking, and how would you have known, or how would you have seen, because you say you've seen this for yourself, basically, and not necessarily that you heard from Mr. Nku. And all you are able to tell us is that it's because you saw him on TV, and I'm saying to you that's not an answer. So that takes me back to the point that it makes more sense that you were probably talking about the Deputy President of the country. Your comment?
No comment.
Can I pick it up from there? You see, Chief Mashaba, in the era of Google, you shouldn't be lying about facts that are publicly verifiable. And what you are doing now is you are lying to the Commission. And I don't often use that word, lying. I prefer somebody's untruthful. The elections in May 2019 were around the 8th. By the 13th, the results were known. And on this day, the 29th, President Ramaphosa announced his cabinet. So it is obvious, looking at those facts, that the person you are referring here to is then Deputy President Didi Mabuza and nobody else. So you're simply not being truthful with the evidence you are giving. And the question is why? Why are you lying on such a meaningless issue? This is a side issue in the greater scheme of things. Why are you lying about it?
I'm not lying, commissioners. Can I please? I know Mr. Ngu calls KVDD. Like I'm saying, if it was Didi Mabuza, I would see no reason to lie about a late person.
Chief, if it was KB Mapatswa, he only came into office on the 15th of June 2019 after Mr. Jeff Radebe resigned from his seat. So how would you know in May, on the 29th of May 2019, that he was going to take over from Mr. Jeff Radebe when he resigned?
Kevin Mapatwe.
Yes.
Please repeat the question.
You say this is a reference to KB Mapatswa, and this is on the 29th of May, right? On the 29th of May, he wasn't part of a member of parliament. He only became a member of parliament on the 15th of June 2019, after Mr. Jeff Radebe resigned from his seat. You know that. So how could you know on the 29th of May that he was back, that he was going to get back into as a member of parliament?
Now that you're telling me, what I was meaning here is he's back in the country. What now that you are reminding me, I remember maybe he was back for this, I don't know.
You see, you refer to the is back, let's move on our issues. You're tying the two together, which means the person is back in some kind of a position where it will allow you to move on with your issues, you and Mr. Nku to move on with your issues. There must be a link between the person being back and you being able to move on with your issues.
I know that there was a lot that he was doing for Nku as an uncle.
Do you accept as a fact that President Ramaphosa announced his 2019 cabinet on 29 May 2019? Do you accept that as a fact? It's a matter of relative ease for that to be proved. Do you accept that?
I accept that now you are saying the date.
It was 29 May. And the date of this, the date of this chat is also exactly that same date, 29 May 2029. You see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And who had returned to their position on that date between Mr. Kebbi Mapatswe and Deputy President Didi Mabuza? Or let me ask the question differently. You must accept that Deputy President Didi Mabuza had returned to his position of Deputy President of the country. You accept that as well?
I was not talking about the position here, Chair.
Now I'm asking you the question. Do you accept that on that date, 29 May 2019, when the cabinet was announced, he returned to his position of the Deputy President of the country? You accept that?
Yes, I accept.
What you are refusing to accept is that you are talking about him here, DD, that is back. And he could only have been back to his position as the Deputy President of the country.
Yes, I don't mean DD.
And
I mean the uncle.
And what did he, it takes us back to him having been outside and going outside of the country, and coincidentally now he's back on the 29th, back in the country. I will tell you that in the face of the facts that you and I have just gone through, what you say doesn't make sense altogether. What makes sense is that you are referring to Deputy President Mabuza. That's the only thing that makes sense in the circumstances.
I wouldn't comment any further, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, if I can just finish the last point on this. The last chat that I want to, because it,
Can I just finish something on this?
So-
Because you're going to another chat.
May I ask the evidence leaders, I said it's a matter of relative ease to get the evidence so that it doesn't appear that we are working on mere surmise or, on non-existent facts. May I ask the evidence leaders to get evidence on this?
we will
Could
check.
just be a document making the actual announcement, and as you know, that document would be admissible evidence here because in commissions there are no strict rules as those rules that apply in, for example,
We will do
court
so, Chair.
proceedings. And by the look of things, we will still be here tomorrow, and that document will be put to Chief
We will check.
Mashaba. But anyway, he said he doesn't deny it, but we'll still need that document or that proof.
We will do so.
Sorry, Chair. I suppose it would apply to what you put to him, that the rally had to do with the elections and other things.
Well, he
So those
referred to
3
the
dates.
rally. Yes.
Chief, assuming, and I just want to explore this a bit, assuming or accepting that for purposes of this, that DD referred to there is the uncle, and in particular Mr. Kebi Mapatswe, we get to this WhatsApp on the 29th of May, having looked at the earlier WhatsApps about the search for the gold and the search for the dollars and the 4 million rand. So at least we've now, as at this point, identified specific projects that you were doing with Mr. Nku, at least those 2. Now my question is, if you are saying to him, because this is you speaking, you say, Didi, your uncle is back, let's move on our issues. What involvement did his uncle that you say here have, or what involvement did his uncle have in your issues with Mr. Nku? Because this must mean that there had been dealings that involved or touched upon his uncle. That is why you say your uncle is back, let's move on with our issues. Can you just explain the involvement of the uncle?
Like I said, commissioners, the issues that his uncle maybe would assist as an uncle, maybe would be in his businesses, but to my benefit, it would mean maybe I'll use it at my advantage, maybe for a growth career-wise.
That's not my question. You see, your statement is very firm. Now that your uncle is back, let's move on our issues. And I'm saying to you, the premise for this is his uncle was involved in something that you and Mr. Nku were dealing with, your issues. That's the only way this makes sense, because it seems to come out of nowhere. There's no discussion earlier on, there's no mention of him, the person that you say is the uncle. So it happens suddenly here in this WhatsApp where he gets mentioned. So I'm saying, well, there is you have a context to it of this uncle's involvement in your issues. And I must say, the answer can be maybe. It has to be a firm answer. You can't say maybe it was about him in his businesses. He was involved in something that you and Mr. Ngu were. And it's you talking, yes. It's you talking. So you must know what the uncle was involved with that concerned you and Mr. Ngu. And I'm asking you, what was that?
Assisting Nku in his businesses.
All right. Thanks,
No,
Mr.
no, no, no. It's our issues. It's our issues. You cannot exclude yourself. No.
Well, what benefits Nku will benefit me as a friend, or yes, I agreed already that.
And getting more monies like you got the 20,000, it benefits you in that sense?
Not monies, commissioners.
Benefits you in
It
what
benefits me career-wise.
sense? How?
Well, I wouldn't say how, but
I'm asking you how. So you must please say how, because I'm asking you.
when I say career-wise, obviously, I would mean growing at work.
How
Be
so?
it-
How so? How does that come about? How do you grow as a result of Mr. Yes, coming back?
Well, maybe here I would mean a position, maybe.
So do you mean Mr. Mapatse would assist you progress professionally?
Would that, yes,
And would that be proper?
it won't be proper, commissioners.
Thank
I
you,
think
Chair.
we must remind ourselves of the guarantee Mr. Nku made to you in February. He guaranteed you a formidable financial future. That's the guarantee he made to you on the 18th of February 2019. He said types of opportunities will be opened up. I can only guarantee a formidable financial future. Remember that?
I remember that, Commissioner.
So our businesses must be financially related benefit to you. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
The last one I want to deal with is the next message, where on the 4th of June, you send a message, Tumza morning, Aritsebetseng Mfetu. I want us to look after Faith. She is now my MEC. Things are going to change for the best and beneficial to me. Please, Mfetu. You were speaking about Ms. Faith Mazibuko,
Yes, Commissioners.
who was appointed the MEC for Community Safety on 30 May 2019.
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay, so you saying to Nku that you must work, that you guys must work because you want to look after the MEC. Things are going to change for the best and beneficial to me, please, Mfetu. What did you mean there? I mean, it's obvious, but let's hear your version.
Is it obvious?
Yes, it is obvious.
Okay. I am very close. I was very close that time to the MEC because I was ill-treated all the time. I knew when she's back, the treatment will be better. I knew for the fact.
Okay, but what is the reference of let us work? I want us to look after Faith. The two of you must look after Faith by working. Working on what? Your side hustle.
Yes.
So that you can look after her by doing what for her?
There will be ways of talking to a person sourcing money. Not necessarily mean I'm saying, give me money, I want to look after this person.
Saying let's work so we can look after this person. So the only work the two of you were doing was the side hustle, which we've explored this afternoon. That's the work you're referring to.
Yes.
Yes. Why would you need to look after the MEC with Mr. Nku?
Why would I want to look after the MEC?
Yes, let's work. I want us to look after Faith. She is now my MEC. Things are going to change for the best and beneficial to me. Please, Mfwetu.
Let's take a short adjournment. I will not stay the time. We'll come back when we are ready, please. Please think about your answer so long, Chief Mashaba. Let's adjourn.
Hey.
Can go on. Please make sure your devices are off, on silent. Thank you.
Please repeat your question, Ms. Sigers. I hope you still remember it.
I'm going to try, Chair. You asked the witness to remember his answer, not for me to remember the question. But it related to the WhatsApp regarding the MEC for community safety, Ms. Faith Mazibuko. And I was asking you, why would you need to work with Mr. Nku to look after the MEC? And we were referring to that the work could only have been the side hustle, and you were going to explain what you meant.
I honestly, Chair and Commissioners, I honestly do not have an answer.
You don't have an answer. Earlier on, you said that you and the MEC were very close and you knew that things were you were going to have better working conditions with her there. I then said to you, no, that couldn't be what you were referring to. You must have been referring to the side hustle and that you were going to use whatever benefits come out of the side hustle to look after the MEC. So you can't say you honestly don't know. You must know what you were referring to, what the benefits, the best and beneficial for me, to me, that what you were referring to.
Not that I don't want, honestly, I don't know what will be my fair answer to the Commission.
Your fair answer, we want your honest answer. You do know. Because you had said to him, and this is somebody that's a close friend of yours. You are close to the MEC. So you must know what it is that you had in mind to look after her with Mr. Nku, whatever benefits were going to come from there. You must know.
Because I spoke about the relationship, how close we are. Further than that, it was just a communication. Not that I really meant, let's do something, let's work. Hence I'm saying, on this one, honestly, I don't have an answer.
Sorry. You say, Harisebiting, let's work. That's what you say, let's work. So you are referring to whatever it is that you had been working on with Mr. Nku. It has to be that you are referring to. Whatever you were doing with Mr. Nku, let's do that. Let's keep doing this so that I'm able to look after Ms. Mazibuko. That's what you're saying. Let's keep doing what we've been doing. It only makes sense. That's what you're saying here. What do you say to that?
No comment, Commissioner.
No, you have to have a comment. You choose the easy way to wind the clock down. When you say no comment, it's simply you're just winding down time. And maybe we should remind you that you do have an obligation to give satisfactory answers. And if you don't, it is a criminal offense. The Commission will lay a complaint with the police for you to be prosecuted. Having said that, I want to say to you, in this message, you are saying to Mr. Nku, let's keep working, let's keep doing what we've been doing. And we know as at June, this is in June, we know that you have off-the-books operations with him and your team that he is paying. We know at least 2 of them. We know that. So you are either referring to those same kind of operations or others that we still haven't come to, and we may never come to know. But we know you are doing operations, and in fact, operations that are not authorized by law. We know you're doing that. And when you say to him, let's keep working, you're referring to that. You're referring to the operations that you do with Mr. Nku, and it can only be so. Otherwise, this comes from nowhere. And you were just making up a WhatsApp, and I please, I don't want to tempt you to even say, yeah, I was just making it up, because sometimes when I write WhatsApp messages, I don't tell the truth. You are talking about whatever work you've been doing. So Ms. Sigals is correct when she says your side hustle. That's what you must have been talking about. You're not talking about official duties, your official duties. You're talking about side hustle. And I actually think it's to be generous to you to call what you were doing with Mr. Nku a side hustle. It's simply unlawful conduct that the 2 of you are engaging in. You using your position and getting subs members to use their positions to do things that are not on the books, that are not authorized by their organization. That's what this is about. When you say Harisebetseng, you say let's keep on doing what we are doing, so that I'm able to look after Ms. Mazebuk. And I put it to you as a positive statement. You can comment or not comment if you want, but I put it to you that that's what this is about. It is whatever it is that you are doing with Mr. Nku, the operations you were conducting, the activities you were conducting with Mr. Nku, which are not on the books. This is what you were referring to when you said, let's keep working so that I can take care of Ms. Mazibuko. You can comment if you want to.
I've got no comment, Commissioners.
I note, oh, sorry.
And when you say that she is now my MEC, things are going to change for the best and beneficial to me, you're saying if Mr. Nku helps you to take care of her in this way, where you say Harisebetseng and I say it means let's carry on with what we've been doing and work harder, in fact. You're saying that will enable you to take, you say we, when I say you, I mean we in the plural, because that's the language you use, you and Mr. Nku, and you say it will help your situation. You're saying it will buy you favors with the MEC and she will act in your favor because you're taking care of her. And again, you can comment if you want, but that's what that means. That you're saying, if I take care of her, she will do things for me. As an MEC, she'll help me out in the job. That's what you meant?
Commissioner, if you can know how we are treated political, you would maybe understand what I mean. Hence I'm saying other SMSs would be make-up SMSs. But in this instance, I meant I've been badly treated. I know the treatment will be better. Not that I will be doing something because the treatment will be better, I need to pay back. I didn't mean that, and I don't mean that. That's why I'm saying, can I please not comment any further?
Well, I'm quite happy to have the last word on this now that you say you don't want to comment any further. That in fact what you're saying here is because you will take care of her, things will be good for you. That's what this is. This is what the words that you have used. And that speaks to corruption of, I will take care of her and then she will make things better for me. That's all that these words mean that you have written, the relationship you are creating. She will help you out if you take care of her. That's what you're saying. And I say to you, well, here you are speaking about corrupting an MEC by taking care of them, and then because you take care of them, they will do things for you. They will make your life easier, things to be better for you. That's what you're doing. That's one. Two, here you are again introducing, if they hadn't met before, if they had nothing to do with each other before, here you are bringing a politician, an MEC, into the realm of Mr. Nku, who we see from other evidence is quite problematic. He's involved in activities about drug trafficking. That's the evidence before this commission, and that will still play out. He's involved in that, and here you are, yet again, having introduced him to SAPS members, doing his bidding. You are doing his bidding. You go to operations, you give him people's numbers, you do all of those things. Here you are. If they had nothing to do with each other before this, here you are bringing an MEC improperly into a relationship with that problematic character. And you are as crude as to say that let's work so that I'm in a position to take care of her so that she can take care of me. You say that is corruption defined, what you're speaking about in this paragraph. And it is probably, well, I state the obvious. You are breaking the law and acting unlawfully, where you are organizing it with somebody who's a problematic personality. And I think you know Mr. Nku's business and what he's involved with. You know it. And here you are bringing him yet again to a politician so that you can both corrupt her, so that she can assist you. It is a criminal offense, or it's criminal conduct, in fact. Thank you. You said you have nothing more to say. Thank you. Girls, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, we will adjourn for the day.
When I looked at my time earlier and I said you would be here, I think it was around 6 minutes past 4. Now we are done. What I suggest is that I've not discussed this with my co-commissioners. I'm praying that they will agree. What I suggest is that once you've laid your hands on the information we said you should find, that should be sent to Chief Mashaba. Chief Mashaba, if upon receipt of that information you want to comment on it, you are aware of the issues that were raised with you around that information. So if upon receipt of that information you want to respond, you may do so by means of an affidavit. Okay? Will and oh.
Coming back tomorrow, Chair.
Chair. Forget everything I said then. So the information hopefully will be shown to you tomorrow. And from you, Chief Mashaba, remember what I engaged you on right at the beginning, which is around your conditions of employment and your functions, your powers. Please bring to documentation on that aspect. We want to see in black and white what your powers, functions, etc. are. Please, please.
Okay, Commissioner. It's okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry for misleading you. I'm sure you were quite relieved when I said you were done. Sorry about that.
It's fine, Commissioners.
Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.